of the buzz. Joel and be the process. Trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch can't touch this. When that dirt on my name, when I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Get to the top. Right on the way to the top. Letting I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. Me a minute, standing a lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm like I was need. Do it, I do. Whoa, win, and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building. Gotta hear the children. My ambition, I'm gotta go top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Right. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my like me buzz, hitting a shot and sync for the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch can't touch this. I don't my check on this. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way to the top. Right to the top. To the top, but I just need it. Standing attention, lieutenant. gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. Oh, we win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was neat. Win. Name is I walk in the back and I'm top won't stop. I'm gonna be alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tough. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like on grind. Woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Guys, welcome to Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat, and it is League of Legends Grand Finals today. 18 of India's top teams have battled it out, and now only 2 remains after the double elimination stage. And today, it all comes down to this final showdown, where only one team will walk away as the champion. Today we have Kakao Gaming versus Revenants. Kakao Gaming having a flawless round qualifying for the grand finals, and Revenant making a comeback from the lower bracket finals. And one of these teams will be taking home 50,000 rupee and the ultimate bragging rights as India's top gamer. Our runners up will secure 30K, and third place already claimed 20K earlier. But right here, right now, it's all about the grand finals. And that I am super, super excited to see what the teams are going to bring on the table today, because I watched the upper bracket finals, I watched the lower bracket finals, and it was crazy to see how both the teams actually fought, and I am super curious how they will play out this time. Will they play aggressive? Will they play passively? What type of carries they will be picking? We will be finding out very soon. And I will be joining you guys very soon. But to guide you through every fight, every objective, and every clutch plays, I will be handing over to our casters, Madness and Potato Monster.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. It's me, Madness, alongside the smiling face of Potato Monster on this side, also known as the ex-Revenants ADC, as he rightly keeps on pointing out. So it's basically his old team now in the finals against Kakao. It's a team that when even Potato Monster was in the roster, they did face against Kakao, and even then they ended up losing the series. So the history shows that Kakao is usually the victor in this matchup, but you think that might change today, Potato? While we just wait for Potato to just fix that issue while his mic is, it seems there's a bug there. But continuing on with it, I think Kakao has already showed they're pretty dominant throughout this entire tournament, the way it's been performing, right? They've been doing quite a few nice series. They've not dropped a game, from my knowledge, whatsoever in anything, whereas Revenants have had a bit of an uphill battle making it way to this stage, because they did fall to Old Gods in the upper bracket semi-final, and then they had the rematch against them in the lower brackets where they actually came out on top, and that happened yesterday. 3-1 from there. And I think while we just wait for we get everything just back to schedule, we just talk through with Aniko a bit more.
So, guys, I'm back again. So, both these teams have fought their through the brackets, and I would love to know from you, audience, that as you guys seen so far, what are the stronger teams you guys are supporting? Drop in your prediction in the chat, because we definitely want to see what you guys want to think, and obviously show your support to the teams. Now, draft-wise, we don't know what's coming, but we'll be finding out soon. So we'll be going back to the casters again.
And this is a very good day, because this is the finals on this tournament. Everybody has locked in money, but it's a pretty significant jump from 30k INR to 50k. That's what these teams are battling for, as well as bragging rights over their fellow mates over there. But before we got out of there, Potato, what do you think? Does this matchup change from what these teams have faced in the past?
I would hope so, but that would just be a hope. Honestly, I feel like even with the roster changes, might be hard for them to take a game of Kakao is looking really strong right now, and Revenants, honestly, they did drop that series earlier to Old God, so they have been looking a bit shaky in this tournament overall. Whereas Kakao, pretty much a clean run, no games lost at all. So yeah, it's an uphill battle for them, surely.
Yeah, definitely will be. Like you said, Kakao, very dominant. Basically, bringing the domination we see from SETL Esports, who unfortunately had to drop out of the competition earlier on due to scheduling issues. But without any more delays, without further ado, we're jumping right into the draft of Game 1 over here. You can see Revenants will be on the blue side, Kakao Gaming on the red side. And Revenants started off strong with that Nocturne ban coming out. And it does seem that we have a bit of substitution coming in for Kakao Gaming. It seems that Dead Corporal will not at least be playing the first game. Instead, the man from Bangladesh, Vortex, will be taking over the jungle, while Sam retains his original role of the ADC. Reminder, he did not play actually in the upper bracket finals that was there. Instead, Vortex was the ADC. But now we can see the smiling face of Sam, the true ADC. So the bot lane is very strong. Now, Vortex with the jungle, I don't think he's any man to fear from the jungle whatsoever. But I think that also does alter maybe some of the bans that may be coming out for Revenants. For now, they've done the Nocturne Gwen, while Kakao have done the Wukong.
Yeah, this might be a bit of a chance for Revenants. Dead Corporal is regarded as the star player in Kakao Gaming, and as well as being the captain. So this might be an opportunity for them to maybe take a game off. Maybe Dead Corporal returns later for game 2 and 3. We don't know, but right now Revenants is going to be probably be happy about the fact that Dead Corporal isn't present in this game when they, after all, are five men strong. The entire main roster is present this time, and looks like banning phase is going to be rounded out real soon. We have the Nocturne, Gwen, and Orianna ban, so they want to deny the Orianna combos that Kakao usually really like to run. On the other hand, we have a Wukong, Syndra, and Lulu ban. So I feel like these are kind of targeted bans to kind of maybe disrupt team compositions that Revenants might want to run, but looks like the response is going to be immediately picking the J4. We did see this yesterday madness in the game 2, and it was pretty solid performance by Asian. So maybe he's looking to repeat more of that.
Yeah, I think they've also, with their coach, have a different drafting strategies, because game 1 draft looked completely different with the rest of the games that were going in. And the Yunara gets first picked from Kakao's side actually over here. We haven't got to see Sam, I think, play this champion throughout this tournament. Anytime Kakao was running, it was Vortex when he was filling in as the ADC. So it's going to be interesting to see how Sam does on this champion, and let's hold the thoughts until we see him actually perform over there. But yeah, talking about that Jarvan pick, we were a big Separate Potato yesterday in that matchup because we haven't seen play that much J4 in these tournaments. But yeah, game 2 went their way. They're gonna go for the true and tested method of what they want to perform. It looks like the Aurora gets hovered. The Aurora gets picked up for the Unseen player for the match of W, picking up that Hue. W yesterday's game, previous day's game before that, had picked up the Orianna as a first pick and was going for good shockwaves. Even in yesterday's series, when Orianna was picked, it seemed very utilized. So I really like the bans coming out from this side. It's targeted. It does disrupt a lot of team comps, especially with the Wukong being banned out, the Syndra, the Lulu. So it does narrow down some of your options, because the Yunara lovely pairs up the Lulu, because any enchanter actually helps out there. But Aizen will be locking in the Severe for themselves, and it looks like Vortex will be picking up the Xinjiao. This is the third day in a row we're getting to see Jarvan versus Xinjiao match.
Yeah, and I believe it went the way of Jarvan last time, so let's see what it happens. But this is a different beast madness. Last time Revenants was up against OG, and this time they're up against Kakao Gaming. And as we saw in the upper bracket finals, Kakao Gaming made very short work of OGs. In fact, in game 3, it seemed like they were just having fun, and they were still utterly dominant. So speaking of how this matchup goes, Revenants has struggled a lot against OG. Even in the series yesterday, they did drop a game, and in the final game, it also looked like OGs might be able to take it away. But Kakao Gaming, on the other hand, when they faced OGs, it was a complete clean sweep. They had no issues at all. Speaking about the draft, we see the Kled target ban against Copy, which is like also just so common at this point, and Kled is pretty strong right now. So I'm actually surprised that they did not decide to ban it in the first place. It looks like Kakao is going to respond by taking away the Mordekaiser, one of Charan Reddy's favorites, and kind of something that Charan Reddy isn't really able to deal very well with, given his current known champion pool. He might hit us with a surprise pick. What interests me is the Sivir pick. It's a bit odd. to pick Sivir into the Yunara because I feel like Yunara has a really easy time into Sivir. Of course, the support matchup is also going to weigh in there. Both teams have not picked Sivir. Their supports, and looks like they're going to go with the Karma pick. So this is looking like a draft very similar to Game 2 yesterday that Revenants ran, Madness.
Exactly, they had the severe karma in that matchup, especially at that time. And now let's see what they want to go for their topic. What do you want to answer against for Chernedy against this Mordekaiser? Because yesterday Chernedy did actually blind pick up Mordekaiser very early on into the draft, and unfortunately could not do much against Zuko's Fiora. That's the only game actually that Reverence did drop. But he looks like the answer is going to be the Cassante for Chernedy in the top side. Already looks like a pretty nice comp. I think slight lack in terms of CC or the engage. Basically, you only have maybe the Jarvan to actually go for the engage at this point, unless Cassandra gets a cheeky ult off. But on the type of Kakao, like you said, the bot lane might be a bit of a problem depending what the support is going to be here for Love 2 in the bot side. But Aizen and Bob look comfortable with the severe Karma pick, and it's going to be a Soraka getting picked up. I think this is the first Soraka I'm seeing since you played Soraka that day, Potato Monster.
Yeah, that was absolutely an amazing Soraka. So we'll see if Love 2 is able to match up to the splendidness of my Soraka. But right now, this looks like a great pick, a Madness. Soraka is going to be able to, enhance the bully potential of this lane, like kind of abusing the fact that the Sivir is such a low range champion. They do have the Karma shields and the Karma Poke to kind of mitigate that, but I feel like the range advantage in the bot lane might weigh itself to Kakao Gaming having the edge there in the bot lane. They also have a very strong team fight comp. If you look at it, you have the Mordekaiser and the Jin Zhao dying it with really strong AoE damage coming in from the Hui and the Yuna. So it looks like a very run-of-the-mill standard team fight composition from Kakao. On the other hand, the Revenants has something similar as well. It's just a front-to-back team fight comp with a bit of a pick potential in there. And we haven't seen Charan Reddy play the Cassante too much, so we'll have to see how he's able to fare on that Cassante against someone like Copy piloting the Mordekaiser. So that might be something that might cause issues for them. But we'll see how these players match up on the Rift Madness. And yeah, it looks like this is pretty much whoever runs their comp better probably wins this game.
Yeah, like draft wise, like you're saying, is pretty equal over there. Maybe a slight more potential from Revenants, like you're saying, but more importantly, Copy, one of the best top laners that we do have in the region currently against Charity on the champ that we haven't seen him actually play that much. So that's definitely going to be interesting because Charity was struggling quite a bit against Zuko in the top side for most of the games is that part. And let's see if we can improve in today's part of it. Unseen Blade didn't get to play that much Aurora yesterday. It was banned out earlier on in the draft. This time picks it up in the first part for him. Ezreal versus Vortex, like you said, the last matchup we saw between the Jarvan and Xin Zhao, it was Jarvan winning out. But yes, Kakao Gaming is a completely different beast at all gods. They haven't dropped any games in any series so far. They have pretty much just steamrolled their way to this grand finals, while Revenants had a bit of a roller coaster, even dropping down to the lower bracket to just beat the team that made them go down there in the first place. So a bit of a revenge story for them. Maybe they can ride that wave of momentum. Maybe with the new drafting that they seem to be going for, it does seem quite improved compared to the previous times. Maybe the coach behind the scenes is helping out quite a bit. But also another talking point, we haven't seen Sam play Yunara whatsoever in our competition. So let's see how well he can pilot it. It's a very strong champion, right? Depending on how you play the and a very good late game champion. Whatsoever. After the Runan Circle, you get a spike. If you go for the Kraken Slayer build first part of your itemization, that's going to be good for you. W has a lot of poke as well. And interesting to see Vortex. We haven't seen Vortex play that much jungle this competition. Mostly when he was filling in, it was as an ADC. But let's see how well he can fill in the boots for Dead Corporal this game.
Yeah, I think that's the main going to be the main thing for Revenants in this matchup. They're going to be looking to take this game away from Kakao, while Dead Corporal, their captain, captain is not present right now, Madness. So this is their opportunity to probably take a game off of Kakao, and who knows, Dead Corporal might be back in the next game. We don't know yet, and if they're able to take this game one off Kakao, that puts pressure on Kakao, because Kakao right now, as you said, they haven't dropped a single game. So losing a game here, especially the first game, could really affect their mental state, and that momentum would be super good for Revenants, who have been struggling against Kakao for the pretty much the last 2-3 months of tournament games.
I would even just say 2-3 months. It's been like quite some time, like with the Revenants roster against Kakao. But Revenants is a team that has been from different rosters come together, like just as soon as Legends Ascent had happened over there. So that is, I think Kakao has been a team for quite some time at this point. Like they've kept their main roster, they haven't changed much here or there whatsoever. And these are the kinds of people we're used to seeing. But yeah, like you said, this is the best opportunity maybe Revenants are going to get if DC is not in the mix right there, and Vortex is filling, because DC also does a lot of role calling as well alongside Copy in these kind of matchups, and that is a part of League of Legends for the macro calls that you make later on, because that's where Kakao really steamrolls people. Their micros are pretty good, like their mechanics are really good, but their macro calling is where they're, I think, slightly above the rest of the teams right now that they have faced in the competition. That's why they win so much, because they make the opponents choose or like be forced into decisions where it's just like never a good part either way you pick it for yourself. So that is always going to be an important factor heading onto this rift. But I'm very excited to see this game coming in, because it is maybe a bit of a grudge match. Now Revenants have taken down one person that have beaten them before, being Old Gods. Now can they do the same to Kakao? It would be, in my opinion, a bit of an upset. But let's see from you, Pareto, what predictions for this matchup over here?
I'm going to be optimistic here and going to keep in mind the past records of the team. I'm going to say 3-1 in favor of Kakao Gaming.
I would also be on that bar slightly. Maybe I would go 3-0, just given how Kakao has been performing. But maybe this could be a game of upsets. It could go like that. But yeah, I think majority of people will also be expecting Kakao to win. But that's what we thought of the matchup between Revenants and Old Gods in the upper bracket semi-final as well. And that's where Old Gods proved us wrong by beating them up in that matchup, but they fell down in the lower bracket. That's part. So Revenants came out on top there. So yeah, Kakao, very straightforward line to this finish line part, and Revenants very bumpy roller coaster type of just reaching it here at this point. But every team has locked in money. Old Gods was your third place team that fell down in that lower bracket finals yesterday to Revenants. They secured 20k INR for themselves. But before we jump into this game one, we're going to take a very short break.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Sorry. Guys, welcome back to Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. And we are heading into game one. We saw an interesting draft pick. We saw Cassante, Jervin, Aurora, Sivir, Karma from Revenant, and Mordekaiser, Jinzhao, Hue, Yunara Soraka from Kakao. I am super curious to see how it is going to play out. And speaking of prediction, the casters were saying their prediction. I'll say mine. I'm also guessing it's going to be 3-1, but in favor of Revenants maybe. But without further ado, I'm giving it back to the casters and see you guys soon.
We are back over here. Thanks, Nico, for that. She said 3-1 Revenants on that part. Are you going to agree with that? I'm slightly... Our desk is a bit going there. It's being put in one side. Nico thinks it's 3-1 there. But hey, you can always have to have someone rooting for the underdogs as well. And I also do like root from them. I'm just being slightly more realistic in this scenario of what I've seen these two teams perform in the past. But I think that is still a fair prediction. It's a League of Legends game. It can go either way, especially if DC is not there in the game, and if he won't be in future games, because we don't know about if he will be joining us from game 2 onwards. But guys, without any further ado, we are jumping right into the rift over here for game 1 of your grand finals. It's a best of 5 between Revenants and Kakao Gaming. Revenants on the blue side, Kakao on the red. How well can they do over here? Let's see if we get some early level shenanigans. I don't think we are going to get any of that kind. The only time we've honestly seen anything on that side is when maybe Revenants try to go for it, but they don't have the kind of comp where they want to go for any other engages. They're just going to keep their way around. They're just going to keep, they're just warding over here. Let's see if they go for anything else. Asian takes a bit of chunk damage, nothing else whatsoever. It's just pretty much a standard battle of vision in the early parts right here.
Yeah, both teams really going for the back and forth, trying to wrestle for vision right now. Vortex might be in trouble as three members from Revenants are going to rotate to the mid lane. They drop him down to half HP, and that means that they're going to pretty easily get the Raptor Ward over here. Let's see how Kakao chooses to respond to that. So far, it seems like they're going to just going to take a backseat and relax, so no wards for them. So Revenants should be able to have a pretty good idea of how Vortex is going to path this game with that Raptor Ward, and it seems that Vortex is going to choose to start on the top side. Revenants will have that information very soon when he decides to do his Raptors. On the other hand, we can see that Ezreal on the Javan is going to match the pathing of Vortex, but in fact, he's actually clearing the ward, going to deny the vision there. So, Revenants again back to square one. So, neither team actually knows where the enemy jungler could be starting. Revenants is probably guessing that he's going to Zinja is still going to be topside because he was fairly late on the ward clear. But yeah, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, there's both junglers are going to show up bot and try to shake things up in this very crucial lane. And I feel like, Madness, this bot lane, the way it goes,
Oh yeah.
is going to dictate a large portion of this game.
Exactly, and you can already see Aizen and Bob putting on the pressure over here. Sam already has to back away quite significantly. The ricochets are coming. Topside copy, very signaturely just spamming that emote that this man just keeps on doing every single time that we see him on the rift. But that early game shenanigans allowed Vortex's flash to go away. Copy doesn't mind being pulled back into turn ready. He's going to keep on trading. He gets his passive activated as well over there. You can see Sam, on the other hand, has been forced to burn his health pot in the bot lane, so that could be a bit troublesome later on. He does have Soraka to keep on healing up, so he should not be worrying about that. Both ADCs and supports from both sides have the same summoners going, sorry, for the same runes going for them, and summoners wise also looking exactly the same. But Love 2, you're walking a bit too close over the eyes. It's going to trade out nicely. Sam gets another heal from Love 2, but that's at the sacrifice of his own HP. Basically, what a Soraka does. But this is already looking like a very rough start for Sam and Love 2 in the bot side.
Yeah, but it's kind of to be expected. They are going up against the Severe Karma, so Yunara does need a few points in her abilities because she's before she's actually a champion. Because a level 1 Yunara is what ideal. Affects 5 extra damage on my autos, guys. Amazing. There's that. Not very useful in a double range matchup where both teams are not really looking to go for an extended fight. Not too much CC. Not many tools to extend those fights here. Mid lane heavy trading going on. Unseen Blade is kind of getting a strong HP advantage over W there in the bit lane. So see how W chooses to respond. He is recalling, decide to TP back to lane, reset HP there to make sure that he's there to pressure this lane. The Jarvan is heading over to the bot side, so we could see some action here. But for now, it seems like he's just going to be happy taking the scuttle. Vortex recognizes that his bot lane is getting pushed in, and his mid laner has to recall. Just chooses to recall, go for the opposite side scuttle.
Yeah, Scuttle's getting picked up on the opposite for jungler, so nobody's actually going to meet out over here. And that flash advantage they got early on is going to be neutralized very shortly with the root coming in from Bob. It's going to connect onto Sam. He's rooted in place. The boomerang comes in from Aizen. A lot of chunk damage, but he is low on mana, essentially. Sam getting healed up by Love 2. Is it enough in these battles? Both of the bot laners of Kakao get another cookie in their inventory as well, so they can use to channel that. That's exactly what Sam does. As soon as he gets it, W might be in a bit of trouble. Nice fear onto Aizen. Prevents him from jumping onto, prevents W from burning any summoners. Even if he was getting jumped on, Vortex was close by if he wanted to go for the chin. And both junglers are going to get their first recall head away over. Vortex hasn't actually used his health pot, so there's maybe no need for him to have it. Sam going dangerously low. One more auto should be enough, but no, the barrier comes in time, saves the Yunara's life over there. The heal was used by Bob as well, so it's a heal from the side of Revenant's bot side. It's a barrier from Sam and a heal from Love 2 that's gone in that exchange.
Yeah, strong exchanges going on in the bot lane. Bob and Aizen do seem to have the push right now, which is expected with the Severe Karma. Sam and Love 2 are just trying to leverage the sustain advantage they have a bit unsuccessfully to kind of, maybe trade back a bit. He's only 10 CS down. He's going to look to, get that first reset, get some items in, and then have a bit more of an all-in threat with his level 6 and like some more points in his abilities in the later phase. So I think Sam is pretty happy to just chill out and farm for now.
Yeah, and he's gone back. He's picked up a longsword and a dagger, while Sever's got the pickaxe and a dagger for himself. So slight AD advantage for him. Vortex with the flash W misses out on the unseen blade. He doesn't get what he was looking for. He could not jump out. So that's a Vortex. As soon as his flash pretty much comes back up, he uses it in this fight and unsuccessfully, albeit so over there. Unseen is not even forced to burn any summoners of himself. So So that you can see Vortex is going to be pathing bot side. Drake has now been started by Ezian. Will there be a contention from Kakao Gaming side? Vortex is close by, maybe trying to heal off from that Grom. Sam and Love 2 looking around. They don't have vision on the Drake, so essentially they're just going to give it up over here. So first Drake going to the side of Revenants in this best of 5 game 1.
Yeah, and that Drake is going to be really helpful, Madness, in this early game. We have like the really beefy champions in the top lane. The bot lane could really use the extra sustain versus the Yunara Soraka kind of get a bit more sustain of their own to counter the sustain in a lane matchup where they're already winning. So they're going to be more than happy to pick up. Sam and Love to do take this opportunity to push in a wave. Let's see if after the reset, Sam is able to, match the lane a bit better, and looks like the reset is already doing wonders for him. He's back with 2 long swords, a dagger, has some more points in his queue, some more points in the rest of his abilities, and he's able to trade back quite effectively now.
Exactly, and look at this. Vortex is also close by in case an action breaks out, but look at the shadow from Ezian. He's also around the range. They don't have a ward at the tribush. They won't see Ezian coming unless they're aware of it. Sam walks forward with the E, so he doesn't have the E available to him. The Qs also get popped by himself. He's getting healed, but the root lands onto Love 2. This should spell his death. The TP is coming in. Love 2 has to flash away from the flag and the TP is coming in from Mordekaiser from the top side. Copy, can he make it in time? It's slightly less time. It's not an unleashed teleport, so he won't be making it over there. And he's going to lose Prio in the top side as well. He was doing pretty fine against Churn Ready. Instead, now he has to just go for his own back on the side. He's going to be delayed. So Churn's just going to get free players from him. Sam might be even more trouble. The root comes in, but Aizen's not close by to actually punish it onto Sam. And Sam's even walking even more further up here. Look at this. Unseen Blades made his way over from the mid side. They want to go into Sam. Sam doesn't have much HP. Neither does he have much mana. So very nice time for recall. Unseen Blade won't get actually anything. And Vortex actually was going for the steal onto Ezian's blue buff. He takes that away from Ezian. So already one camp gets denied from the side of Revenants.
Yeah, and so like really just basically an exchange of resources. Copy has to burn his TP up top trying to protect his bot lane. Immediately W rotates up to the top lane so that Copy can rotate to mid and catch the wave there. And Vortex is like, oh, I ended up resetting and Javan is going for the gank bot. This is my chance to just invade his top side and take some camps for myself.
He does now. Ezian will be looking for the grubs as well as the first Drake for him. Vortex is close by if they want to answer, who is slightly behind on tempo. So one grubs will definitely be secured by Revenants. Looking for that magical number 2 before they have to back away from any kind of exchanges. Because look at this, Churn Ready is close by. Copy is not. They really want this second grab before they have to back out. Will the smite come in time? There's no smite actually available. And here comes the Aurora ultimate. The Cataclysm also comes in from Ezian, but Ezian already has ended up going down. The Aurora could do not much. But more importantly, they do secure 2 out of those 3 grubs for themselves, albeit still giving first blood over to W and Kakao Gaming.
Yes, really strong objective control by Revenants that we see here. Going for the dragon, going for the grubs immediately. Kakao Gaming just a tad bit late to the grub fight. They weren't able to secure the second void grub. Lost out on the smite battle there, but really beautiful target selection and focus by Kakao Gaming. Everybody just immediately pooling everything onto the Javan and he used full HP once again, and then he was instantly just gone. So they do get a bit of a gold and a tempo advantage off the Jarvan. We'll see who actually wins the feat. Well, this time it seems that right now there's a lot of attention being paid to this bot lane. I don't know what people are doing there. I think it's just a battle for the scuttle crab right now. Yeah, so everybody just moving to the jungle. They're like, oh, we want to get scuttle crab.
Yeah, they're just pretty much just battling it out and just seeing who can get the higher ground at that point for just a scuttle, mind you, at that point. So a bit of unnecessary there, but you can see Sam's already hit level 7. Aizen just about hit that for himself, and Love 2 is still at level 5 as well as Bob. So no ultimates for either supports available. A 2-level distribution that's expected. Unleashed teleports are now available. 10 minutes on the timer has already been hit into this game. The Q misses out from Bob. A nice poke would have been done into Sam, but Sam has the Qs out erupted as well. The root does not fully have the timing onto Sam. Sam runs out of the range, so no root comes in from Bob. Just pretty much amount of exchanges. Unseen Blade jumps over the wall, gets a nice proc on W. The electrocution comes out as well, but wait for this. The bot side, Aizen might get caught out. Ultimate pop by the Severe has to run away. Vortex is close by. The W gets Spell Shield. No, it doesn't even actually connect. The Spell Shield didn't even go down over there. Vortex is there with the Crescent Slash, gets people to go away. But that's the end of that exchange. I don't think there's going to be much of a dive potential over here. It looked like for a second Aizen might get caught. But even if the W connects from Vortex, it would just given Aizen HP because the Spell Shield was already there for the Severe.
Yeah, and looks like they're going to get an HP advantage in this trade bot, which is going to be super helpful because look, madness, what's spawning? It's the dragon, and now Kakao Gaming is going to have first move on the dragon, but not if Sam gets caught here. Fight might break out again. Q is going to connect onto Love to Jarvan, going in with the Cataclysm, locking up the Soraka, does kill him. Vortex is trying to return kill of his own. Sam dealing damage in the backline. His Q is fully stacked, and his lethal tempo is as well. Ezreal goes down before the knockup connects. Aizen and Karma are looking to chase them down. Unseen Blade with the rotation locks up Sam in his ultimate. He is going to go down as well. Hui is going to try to respond with a snipe of his own. Karma going down to the lightning bolt from the sky. And it looks like does that mean Feats went over to Revenants? I think so. Feats of Battle went over to Feats of Warfare goes over to Revenants.
Yeah, Feats of Warfare did go over to Revenants. Unseen Blade did claim that up. Ezreal, not quite sure. He was low on HP. Maybe thought maybe the flag jack could have secured it, but as soon as the flag's going down, he just pretty much dies at the same time. So, like you're saying, no knocker comes in. Bit of a misplay towards the end of the fight, but at the end of the day, they still get the feats. And Love 2 has already been forced to burn his flash. He was coming in for deep vision. The flag jack gets flashed away from Love 2 yet again this time, but that was the flashless Soraka later on. He was locked up in the Cataclysm early on the bot side, but Copy again turned ready top over here. Copy's trying to run. He does have the shield ready up for him very soon. The W is just waiting out. Copy burns that down over here. The damage is coming in. Can he end up winning this out? Has to flash away out of range. Takes him away to the principal on the bot side. Near the Drake pit, Vortex is fighting out for his life. Copy. One more Q can maybe get the kill onto Chernity if he's careful, but it's a 4 versus 4 basically over here. If Unseen Blade joins this fight, Aurora doesn't have ultimate up. Neither does the Karma's Mantra, right? And now W is going with this time, getting Ezreal goes dangerously low over here. Vortex goes in for the fight, even interrupts the flag and trap. No, but the flag and trap comes in later. Sam, on the other hand, goes low. It's a killing spree for the Unseen Blade. The root connects onto Vortex, uses the ear to the dragon, gets some spacing, but it's not enough. That's a very dead Zinja. The TP is now coming in from Copy, who's got his own pace. He comes into this fight. Unseen Blade trying to run away, but so is W. Aizen is in hot pursuit. Another auto, that's enough. Double kill for Aizen, but a shutdown for Copy on to Unseen Blade, and Aizen uses Blasting Planet. He goes towards the path of Copy. Nice spell shield in time, prevents the pullback from Copy, but Drake will be very securely taken by Revenants after that very heated battle over there.
Yeah, and heated battle that was really. Unfortunately, Sam got stepped a bit too far, underestimating the burst damage from the Aurora. Walks up a bit too far. Immediately, his HP bar is deleted, and he was useless in that fight because he just died at the start. Madness, and you really can't have that happening in fights like these. Aizen is able to run down the remaining members of Kakao Gaming, who had already used his ult unsuccessfully at the start of the fight. Did not get anyone with that, and Kakao Gaming honestly should have been a bit more careful. They used a couple of resources and like really big cooldowns and didn't really get any value out of it. So maybe they should have played that fight a bit more slowly. End up paying the price with their ADC just dying immediately to the enemy mid laner, and the fight pretty much goes in the favor of Revenants, as does the Dragon.
Yeah, I think Sam dying very early on in that fight is humongous for them. And Copy even TP's in later on the fight after he was battling out over there. Picks up a nice shutdown for himself as well onto the Unseen Blade. So that's some good goal for him. He picks up a Rift Maker, a Kroken for Churn. Ready bot side, we can see you got Severus going for Navori's later. Already has the Essence Reaver, Kraken Slayer for Sam, and other than that, it's still slowly becoming a bit of a fight. Goal lead is with the Revenants around that 1k, 1.1k. Root from Bob connects onto Vortex. Ultimate comes in from the Unseen Blade. He does use it to go to the other side of that circle, but another missed ultimate from W. The Spiraling Despair connects with a no one over there. That could have changed how it was looking. And W, if he wants to be important in this team, has to start landing these. And the reason they're fighting up so heavily over here because Rift Herald has now spawned on the map. Copy is trying to take the scuttle away before the fight comes up. It's a good vision as well as a movement speed boost. Copy is walking up into Ezin and Churn ready, but he can't get much. It's just actually going to neutralize the blasting cone. Instead, ADCs have left themselves to the bot side. Everybody else is here for the fight, but Unseen Blade, more importantly, does not have his ultimate for this fight. Neither does W, neither does Vortex. Alright, so it depends how they want. And it looks like Revenants are choosing to give up this objective instead, and maybe looking for a gank or maybe a dive on the bot side instead.
Yeah, very fast pivot from them. Sam is dropping a bit low. He needs to be careful here. Multiple members are in the bot side jungle. He's half HP, and I really don't think Sam is going to survive here. He's already half HP. Ultimate being below the severe. Sam is going to respond with his own ultimate. He's going to try to return as much damage as possible, but not really going to be enough, as he is going to go down to Ezzy in there and also going to lose the turret. So good response by Revenants to cross map the play instead of going for a fight they were not confident in.
Yeah, and with that first turret picked up, this is the feats of strength locked in for Revenants because they had just barely got the feats of warfare as well for themselves. Again, Copy versus Churn in the top side. Copy puts him into Brazil, but it's close to his turret range. Churn is basically on the boundary and even pushes Copy into his own turret. That side, there's a good exchange. The pullback from Copy is not there onto Churn. In the meantime, W has good wave clear actually at this point with the Blackfire Torches, looking to push in this wave, get some XP denial for Unseen Blade. Vortex smites away the blue buff, but now has chilled out. Taking a look at the game at this point, now it's a 2k goal lead for Revenants in the match where we thought they might be slightly behind, just given the history between these two teams. It's 7 kills for them to the 4 kills of Kakao Gaming. They've got the 2 Drakes, 2 of the Void Grubs, and the only thing Kakao has is that Rift Herald and 1 Void Grub for themselves that they did. And even when they got to that, Revenants nicely pivot to the bot side, pick up the kill on Sam, pick up the first turret. And W, you might have overstepped your boundaries. Unseen Blade is going to use this side, but no, the ultimate time's out. This time, the Spiraling Despair connects onto the Unseen Blade, and W, one more auto could have been enough. Unseen Blade flashes away from the Arcane Comet, which would be his demise, but no, the snipe comes in from the mid lane of Kakao Gaming, getting his revenge on the Unseen Blade.
Yeah, and finally we see the spiraling despair connect onto a target. The fight was actually started by the Unseen Blade jumping over the wall, and looks like there's going to be another exchange at the top lane here to interrupt that. Rift Herald is going to be getting popped. Copy enters the driver's seat, and the Rift Herald is going to smash its head against the tower, as that tower is probably going to go down. Mid tower is also dropped fairly low. The Sivir is quite strong right now, has a fairly decent item lead over Sam on that. Yunara already has the Essence Reaver. He has his Triumphant Boots and Azil. Sam just sitting on the Kraken Slayer and the Zerker's Greaves. And 3 members strong in the mid lane means that they are going to be able to take this turret down.
Yeah, this turret is going down. There is nowhere Sam can answer this right now just by his lonesome. Very smartly chooses to give it up. Drake has gonna be spawning in around 5 seconds time as well, so that should be what's coming up in Emerald. It's gonna be a Mountain Soul map as well, so that's got a lot of tankiness. It's very important to get it for whoever you want. But a nice bush play comes in. Vortex jumps in a bit too deep over here. The flag and drag into the Cataclysm, but that's Ezreal by himself. The Spiraling Despair this time does connect, but it's only onto Ezreal. Nobody else gets started, and everybody is low from Kakao Gaming. They're running for themselves, and Vortex, who initially was the guy who got out, actually gets away with his life, while the rest of his team, 3 members more importantly, end up seeing the grey screen.
Yeah, what a huge mistake by Vortex Madness, not waiting for Steam, just blindly runs into the banana brush near the dragon pit, and guess what? There are 3 members just waiting there who just took the mid lane tower. So really big mistake from Vortex. There were 3 members in the mid lane. They just took the tower. You see them rotate into the river. You have a ward in the mid lane. You know they're somewhere there, and Vortex just blindly rushing into banana brush without any vision, without any backup from his teammates. That's just not the kind of mistake you expect to see in the grand finals, Madness.
Exactly, and from players of this caliber especially, I think he's just getting a bit too antsy to answer back. I think it's also affecting that they're slightly behind as well in terms of tempo, in terms of everything. Revenants are now on Mountain Soul Point, now have evaluated that goal lead from the 2k to the 2.5k as well. They're in a strong position. Unseen Blade is pretty fed as well. The Storm Surge, Luden's Echo completed for him, while as W just has the Blackfire Torch as well as the Haunting Guys in his inventory. Finally, they're going to clear this pink quarter that did pretty much answer out on their side, because because Revenants knew there was no vision, they're just going to wait over there. Vortex, unfortunately, was the guy who gets caught, but he's not the guy who ends up going down. Atakan is spawning in 3 seconds time. That should be what people are looking at. Churn Ready against W in the top side. Both of them have their TPs available if they want to fight. Churn Ready slightly lower on the mana side if he wants to go for an engage, and if he fights against W, and that's why you can see him already recalling, and he's maybe going right top side to catch the wave and TP in for the fight instead. And this is exactly what he's doing. But this is a nice vision getting secured by Kakao Gaming. They're preventing any vision from Revenants on to that Atakan as they're trying to battle out. They even started up over here, but that far side of Alteration actually spots that out, copies in this bush, but he doesn't know maybe it's warded. He's walked very far up. He's looking to maybe, and people of Revenants have to be careful because Copy pulls them in. He's going to take UA to Brazil. That's exactly what he's done. Unseen Blade pops his own ultimate in Copy's ultimate, gets bonked on the head, but Copy's buying so much time over this side. But the rest of Kakao can't actually do anything with it. Essien claims the kill onto Copy, and now Kakao actually have to back off a bit because they're not that strong to fight out right now, especially without W close by. W's now made his way to the fray. They are spiraling despair. If this connects, this could be huge in this setup. The Atakan is not even relatively low. It's not even at maybe 80% of his HP as he uses the flag and drag, not to any success. Churn Ready doesn't get a knockback on anybody as they're following up more onto this side. Vortex is looking to maybe come in, get a bit more antsy this time, but it should not be the same thing because history could repeat itself. And finally, Kakao Gaming are choosing to maybe back out. The recalls are getting timed in. Essien walks into a bush very, very careless. He had the flag to get the vision. He's looking to maybe catch him, and they're trying to clear vision instead. They put the big ward to get the stealth ward for themselves. This is a very elongated battle at this point. The boomerang comes in, gets some damage onto Vortex. Can they actually do anything? And it's been so long. The Copy has also respawned and joined into this fight at this point. He's going to make his way over. I think this is just going to result in nobody getting Atakan for the time being.
Yeah, and what an extended fight, man. Is an entire 1 minute of constant fighting. Copy goes in with a beautiful untle on the Unseen Blade, is able to take him down in the 1 versus 1, but unfortunately, W was not really anywhere nearby to help with the contest. It could have been really huge if W was present there. He was able to, get a good combo off on the 4 grouped members of Revenants who were waiting for Copy to exit his ultimate. But unfortunately, he was not present there, and they were able to get a return kill on Copy, but subsequently not really able to do anything with the Atakan. Unseen Blade might be in trouble here, as though he is going on a solo dewarding mission, is trying to run away, is going to have to burn his flash, but he does get the water. But W does spot the incoming members from the side of Kakao Gaming as both teams are once again postured themselves around this Atakan, trying to really, both teams really want this Atakan. Madness, it seems like.
It does seem like they really want it. And yeah, Unseen almost gets caught out. Fortunately has the flash to get away from that exchange, but now there's a flash lets Unseen Brave later in case he wants to bop that ult in a very nice fashion. Looking at summoners for the next fight, you see that Unseen and Churn Ready's TP's turn as well as Unseen's flash. The flash is gone from Copy, but every single other summoner is there. Sam's is going to be coming up very shortly as well with his flash, but Aizen's just clearing up this wave, getting for it, and then everybody's still towards this bot side. Everybody really wants to fight for this Atakan. It's on everyone's thing. Aizen is going to stay quite a bit more time in the mid lane. He's going to farm that wave up, and you can see that Sam has to go there to match it instead because that wave's getting pushed in. Somebody has to go pick up that free resource for themselves, and Atakan gets started. It's just pretty much a bait battle between them. Nothing coming of it whatsoever. This Atakan's been on the map for 3 minutes, and for those 3 minutes, everybody has just been around it right now.
Yeah, neither team really wants to give it up, and Kakao Gaming is holding out really well, despite the fact that they are down 3 dragons, they are down 3k gold approximately, but they're still giving Revenants a fight, and they're saying, we are not letting you have this Atakan for free.
Yeah, they're not gonna let them have it. I like you say, they're holding out pretty well. It's still around that 2.8k gold lead for Revenants at the end of the day, but that's also Sivir that has not died. Aizen is doing pretty good. I like that push of that wave in the meantime over. The W might get caught out by Churn Ready. Churn Ready is very, very tanky. He has the Kenneth Crookins, who won't even take too much damage from W, and W has to panic a bit. He does have the flash. Churn Ready with the ultimate pushes him away. W, oh, the flash by Churn Ready gets matched by the fear from from W actually at that point. It seems like when Drake has now spawned, this should be the fight for this. Let's see who gets it. Copy's going in very deep over the side, has the ultimate to take anyone to Brazil. He takes Ezreal away just before the Drake is in smite HP range, and that's a very smart choice. Ezreal's in the realm, he cannot smite it. That's Kakao Gaming locking in the Drake for the help. The fights do not stop. Char already pushes Copy back. Copy actually has to be sacrificed, and Kakao Gaming should be looking to run away, but no, the flag and drag connects onto Vortex. That's Xinjiao going down, and can they carry on Aizen? Asian is a bit too deep, has to flash away over the wall. So technically, it's a 2-for-nothing for Revenants, but Kakao Gaming do secure the Drake, do delay the Mountain Soul for Revenants. But
Yeah, but
Baron
look
should be
at
on the
this
fly.
madness. Immediately, Revenants are like, okay, you lost 2 members. Let's immediately head to this Baron. This might be a bit risky, though. We see members moving over, and there are like a bunch of members here who are extremely low. We see Unseen Blade positioning himself in a brush, hoping to get a sneaky pick. Does not really do a lot of damage, and W is going to spot out this Baron with multiple members really low. This could be really disastrous. Unseen Blade caught over the
Oh,
wall, fails the jump over the wall. W laying down huge damage on the members attempting to do. Baron Charan Reddy stuck in a bad spot. Is he going to be able to run away? Copy coming in with the teleport. They are able to disengage for now, but the Baron has dropped low, and Kakao is threatening with the Baron buff. And this Baron that was started up by Revenants goes over to Kakao Gaming. What a disaster!
oh no, this is not the call over here. Like you're saying, revenants were very, very low. They basically leashed the Baron for Kakao Gaming, and I don't like Unseen Blade's positioning over there. Maybe if he doesn't fail the ward drop, he can do much, but this allows them now Kakao to have the tempo. They have the HP bars. They're going straight to this Atakan, have started this up for themselves, and now it's going to go down at a very fast pace. A nice pink ward placed by Vortex in that tribush. The TP is coming in from Charan ready for this fight over. No, actually, it's from the Unseen Blade as they make their way over for this fight. The Atakan is very low. Who ends up getting it away? It's going to be Vortex claiming that up for his team. Already goes very deep on the backside. The Soraka comes in. It's not enough to save the life of Sam. Sam goes down. Vortex has to flash over the wall. I think he can get out in time. I don't think Ezin can do much. And exactly that. Copy instead Mike gets sacrificed, but oh, that's Bob going very deep, has to flash away from the bong from Copy from his Q. Copy uses the blasting plant over here, should get to a safe distance. No, the flag and connects, nice sidestep, but there's not many places this Mordekaiser can go after that. So technically it is a 2-for-nothing after the Atakan goes in favor of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, and if you take stock after all of this, we still see a bit of a 3K goal lead, but the difference here is madness. Kakao Gaming now has a Mountain Drake, now has a Baron buff, and now has the Atakan. So I would say Kakao Gaming is pretty happy with that. The goal lead stays pretty much what it has been. They get their Baron is out of the picture there. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything much with this Baron at this point, but they do get that Baron buff for themselves to kind of stall pushes out, and they get an Atakan and a Mountain Drake. So I see this as a win.
Well, this is definitely a win for them, especially that they get Baron and everything along with it. I think this is Revenants making that error that might come back to haunt them later. That Baron call seems to be a bit iffy right now for them. Bloodlet is completed by Copy, so W is going to do even more damage in these team fights alongside Copy as well. Fortunately, Aizen hasn't even died once as of yet. Sam, unfortunately, has not been having the performance in the UNR he likes. He would have liked to see. The spacing is not there. He's far behind the itemization of Aizen, one entire item I would say behind, because Aizen already has his Infinity Edge completed, while Sam does have 2 out of the 3 components, but still going to take him some time to get the goal that he does require, as well as Bob having the Oblivion Orb for reducing the healing that the Soraka will be providing. But we have slowed down slightly at this point. Copy is going to be facing against Unseen Blade. Ezin is close by, but so is Vortex if anything does break out. Love to really wants to get this ward first. One more auto. Yes, he does secure it for himself, but another ward placed by him. But Ezin is also on cleanup crew duty with the wardage for themselves. Charn's pushing up the top side, while as Copy is going bot, continuing on that. We're going to go a bit more on the slower tempo side until that next Drake that if Revenants get would be their Mountain Soul.
Yeah, and kind of an odd sequence of events. We saw that Revenants was super ahead. They were completely in the driver's seat, had every objective and a 3K goal lead. Kakao Gaming has been snapping back a bit with that Baron and the Atakan though, and I think the teams are a bit more on even footing right now. Sam is a bit behind, but on the other hand, Copy is also pretty strong right now. not super ahead of Charan, but he does have a bit of a lead. It looks like Vortex is going to get caught out in this mid lane. Inspiring Despair is going to connect onto Ezzy, Ultimate is powered by Sam, but it seems like no members are actually going to get caught as they disengage. Copy moving forward is looking for an ultimate, ends up taking Ezzy into the death realm. Charan Reddy taking down Love 2 in the backline. Meanwhile, Vortex is getting caught out. Copy is trying to kill Ezzy in the 1 versus 1, but he's stuck between 4 members and looks like it's going to be a double kill for Charan Reddy as he dives onto Sam and takes him down as well. What a team fight. Revenants again pulling ahead before the dragon spawns, and looks like Asin Blade might be looking for the dive here on W, and he actually connects everything and takes him down. And oh my god, are they going for the end here, Sam?
I think they can. I think they can because that's a huge amount of dead timers. I think if you don't go for the Drake and everybody's five pushing, you definitely have it. But now maybe they get one turret or no, they're backing away. They're just in two minds about what they want. They do claim the Mountain Soul for themselves after that ace for that they have picked up, and that was a messy fight that I really want to see a replay of over here because Revenants come out strong. They seem to be a bit iffy in the last few team fights, but now coming out the way they really want to and securing a 7k goal lead, almost an 8k goal beat at that, and taking away jungle camp from Vortex, starving him of camps that he desperately does need, and he looks to be building that frozen heart for himself because of these auto attacks that are coming in. So let's just see how well Vortex can adapt to the situation. Ezyn has been doing quite so well. Ezyn has not died even once. Unseen Blade with that last assassination, that's a lot of damage coming out from him. He has the death cap completed, so he's going to just be popping people. At least W has the arm guards available if he wants to go golden. Vortex walks up to the bush, doesn't get much. He's maybe looking to take away the blue buff, but no, the Skyrim off doesn't spot that out. That was maybe a free blue buff for Vortex. Instead, he's going to push in this mid wave. Objective bounties are there for Kakao Gaming if they manage to take any of these turrets, but it might be a problem. Unseen Gale goes invisible, jump forward. W is waiting in the bush, not sure what he wants to do against a Kasanti and a Severe that are very, very far ahead of him. He can't actually do much in that scenario. Instead, it's going to be looking like Revenants want to take complete control of Kakao Gaming's jungle and make sure that they have to be aware of anywhere they step forward, given that the Baron is now spawning.
Yeah, objective bounty on the bottom tier is going to be collected up by Copy there, and minus I feel like the absence of Dead Corporal is having a huge toll on Kakao right now. They seem to be lacking the decisiveness in the early game that they usually have. Just the raw carry potential of Dead Corporal that we usually see. It's all missing, and Vortex is kind of struggling in the jungle here as Baron is going to be started up by Revenants.
Oh, but it's on a ward. The TP is coming in from Copy. He's heading into the fight. Another flag and drag from Ezyn. They lock it up. Vortex just about survives with the Soraka ultimate. So is W. Unseen Blade has to back away from this exchange. Charnity is going very, very deep over here. He's going to give up his life, but he's going to allow Ezyn to follow up. But Ezyn doesn't have that much damage output at this point. Jarvan's going to be falling off. Copy on the other side, so the backlines fighting for his life and survives in a very nice turnaround of events. Kakao Gaming actually wiping out Reverence with a clean ace and will be picking up the Baron for themselves. And Revenants, that just one ward that was in the Baron push by Kakao Gaming completely just changed how this fight was going to look.
Yeah, and what an amazing team fight by Kakao Gaming here. We see Charan Reddy going really deep into the front line. Sam has plenty of peel. Copy, on the other hand, has his eyes on Eisen here, flashes forward, pops the spell shield, and immediately takes him to the death realm, is able to take out the primary camp. Meanwhile, Charan Reddy just stuck. Charan Reddy and Ezyn are just stuck in a 2 versus 4 where they're immediately taken down. Bob and Unseen Blade don't really know what to do. On one hand, there's the Mordekaiser on top of Eisen. They don't know if they should go and support him or help Ezyn and Charan Reddy in the dive attempt, and they end up just standing there in the middle, and that basically completely makes them fold in this team fight where 2 members for like a good portion of the team fight are just standing in the middle of everything, undecided as to what to do.
They undecided what to do, and Charnity and Ezyn go very, very deep on those backlines right over there. As Charnity gets melted early on, Ezyn is basically left in a 4 versus 1, while Copy is doing his own 1 versus 2, and Revenants, like you're saying, a very lack of synergy and very lack of coordination about what exactly they want to accomplish in this fight and who they want to target prioritization. And that's where they fall apart. And now, actually, Kakao Gaming have that goal lead for themselves, a 1k goal lead right here. And with Elder going to be spawning very shortly. It's going to be about who gets that Elder to go on. The Baron has been secured by Kakao. We want to see them pushing in some ways. That's why you see W's on top side going to get that wave start pushed in that side. Vortex going mid side. The tier 1 of the mid lane still hasn't fallen for Revenants, and this is 34 minutes into the game. That shows you how much match pressure they had earlier on. And it looks like it's the time for Kakao Gaming to actually do this push play, but very smartly, Bob not walking that way. He's just going to get vision here in the mid side instead. Sam's put out that ward, pings it out for the rest of this team, but oh boy, we have a bit of a roller coaster game and a very close one and a long one, albeit at that.
Yeah, and pretty much now Kakao Gaming for the first time in this game 1 are finding themselves with a goal lead. As you can see the items down below, Sam on the Yunara has caught up to Aizen, so he's even on items right now. Every other member as well, they have brought in some item. We see the Frozen Heart being completed for the Zinja. That's going to be super useful. And right now they aren't really able to go for much with the Baron buff, but Unseen Blade going for a play on W. Fear connects onto him, but he is going to miss the Spiraling Despair. Is forced to flash the both mid laners trading ultimate abilities and their summoner spells, I think. No, Unseen Blade still has his flash. So flash advantage does goes over to Unseen Blade. Both mid laners not having their ultimate abilities. So they're kind of going to have to be mindful of that going into the next minute. But it seems that the next order of business is going to be this Elder Dragon, and if history is to repeat itself, it seems like Revenants is winning fights on the bottom side of the map, while Kakao Gaming is very dominant on the top side.
Oh, but Cataclysm here, they lock in Vortex, but Vortex is not going down. The Crescent Strike blocks a lot of damage that Aizen was dealing out for him. Aizen's going on the backline instead. Aizen gets neutralized. Aizen, with the help of Unseen Blade, does run away, but you leave Aizen as the scapegoat in that fight, and that's your ADC down before this Elder Drake spawns, and Vortex is going to keep on healing up. He takes quite a bit of damage actually from the Unseen Blade, mind you. Both ultimates are actually available from mid lanes that used it in the top side of the match. Elder Drake has now been started up. It's a 5v4, but low HP bars for Love 2 and Vortex over here. Churnready is looking to jump in. Unseen Blade uses his ultimate on the backside. Love 2 has to flash away from it. It's Sam versus Unseen Blade. Sam has the damage output if he does require it. He's also level 17. Churnready pulls away Vortex this side, but Vortex does the E to the Drake. He's going very low. Churnready is going for the kill. Copy goes down to the Unseen Blade. Churnready is like a man on a mission, but unfortunately the mission has failed. He goes down, and so does the rest of his members. Bob is the only one standing, and he stands no longer. Kakao Gaming win the fight over there, and a huge part of it is that Aizen goes down very, very early in these exchanges.
Aizen, what are you doing? This fight started. This is kind of the tail end of the fight where they're already playing 4 versus 5. Sam is just free to run down Unseen Blade. Takes half of his HP off after an attempt on his support's life. We see that Sam is just pretty much free to do DPS here. 3 members are going to stack up shortly there, and that is not what you want to do against a Yunara. The splash damage with the Runans and her Q just obliterating them over there, as if this fight wasn't already unfavorable for them. But that fight, it all started with the pick attempt onto Vortex, and honestly, like Aizen had the opportunity to just disengage there, seeing that there are 3 or 4 members here, but tries to go for the I don't know, solo play. Maybe hopes that the bouncer is going to do a ton of damage to 3 members there. Instead, he just gets deleted.
He does get deleted, and now Kakao Gaming have the Elder Drake for the next few minutes. That execution is going to be important, just given how these fights are going. You could see that, Unseen Blade had the right idea going for that flank, but it's in a 5v4 situation. You can't actually end up doing much, especially that Love 2 flashes away from it. If Love 2 goes down, a lot of the healing does stop from the side of Kakao Gaming, but they were just monster. Churnready was looking to go on the backlines, but unfortunately, yet again, gets popped quite a bit early, could not do much in those exchanges. And then you can see that Kakao Gaming just takes complete control, take the Elder for themselves. Now it will be a bad fight again at the Baron side, with them having the execution on their side. And what looked like Revenants maybe having this game in the back is Kakao Gaming now having a significant goal lead of 7k for themselves.
And as we say that Aizen is going to be run down in the mid lane, as he's being flagged by multiple angles, but on the hunt is going to get him the move speed. He needs to run away. But Kakao Gaming aren't too sad about that. That means that they get a prime position on this Baron, and they already have the Elder buff, and there is literally no way Revenants is going to be able to contest this, as Bob is going to get caught out by Copy, get sent to the death realm for a 1 versus 1 with a juiced up Mordekaiser. He is going to get taken down. Asian looking for the engage. It gets interrupted immediately. Elder Dragon is going to take him down. Copy still alive, wreaking havoc in the backline. Going to pop the Zonias too live. Do they continue the chase? No, they don't. That's a 2 and a Baron for nothing in the favor of Kakao Gaming.
2-0 for them. Essien goes down, Bob goes down, the executions are piling up. Now you have the Baron with empowered minions as well. You can push the lane. You have an excellent wave clear with Sam and W as well. And Sam's just gone for his own, mission in the top side, going to get that wave pushed in. And Churn Reddy's gone there to match him. But Copy is humongous in these fights. He's going on the backside, and it's very hard to actually deal with what he actually is going to be pulling out against them. But other than that, I don't think Revenants can do much. They're pretty much losing every single team fight that's going out. That one of the Elder Drake was unfortunate with Aizen going down earlier on. This one just seemed like a complete domination from Kakao Gaming as Copy is pushing in this way. It's pretty much that mid push and top push coming. That top tier 2 doesn't have much HP. So once Sam reaches forward with that wave, it should be enough for him. He's gonna get it pushed in, and look at this. Revenants are trying to fight back. They're in two minds about actually what they want to do. They have to cast this mid wave that's getting pushed in. They want to get it early on to battle for this tier 2 in the top side, but that's a tier 2 that's going to go down no matter what. I don't think you should even ward anyone here because it's very hard to actually fight back. And Kakao Gaming accomplished their goals. 5-man over here are pushing in for the tier 3. Journal is looking for maybe something on the side. So is Unseen Blade. He's staying in the fog of war, maybe tries to jump in early on this side. But Journal is very tanky in the top side. Barely takes any damage from the poke. But Copy, oh my god, his HP bar got pretty shortened over there by Unseen Blade.
Yeah, that was an insane amount of damage. This Mordekaiser does not have any magic resistance, so he's taking basically full damage from the Aurora over there with the Storm Surges and the tier 3 boots. He has enough magic pen to cut through most of the magic resistance, the base magic resistance that the Mordekaiser has. So maybe he'll want to pick up some magic resistance, but actually he is full build. Actually, multiple members, if you look at the side of Kakao Gaming, are full build right now. Aizen on the Civ is still looking to complete his largest item, is sitting on the pickaxe. Unseen Blade has one item slot completely empty. So item advantage is in the favor of Kakao Gaming right now, and they did have the Baron buffet, and they do have the lead now, but they are struggling a bit to end the game versus the wave clear potential of the Aurora and the Sivir.
Yeah, that is a lot of wave clear as well. But over here, you can see Kakao now have put their goal lead to a 10.4k for themselves. They're battling quite out. This is pretty much the longest game that we've had throughout the Lenovo presents India's top game featuring Mythpat, because this is going on quite some time. We've already passed that 40-minute mark. We're on the 42nd minute of the game, 43rd minute actually, to be more precise. But look at this. TP is coming in. W wants to join the fray. Vortex goes in, but he doesn't get anything out of it. There's not much you can fight for. Elder Drake will be spawning shortly at around 40 seconds time. That's what everyone should have their eyes on. The resets coming in for Bob. He wants to pick up some more wards on his way back. And look at this. Kakao Gaming walking forward. They're in vision, so they're going to get spotted out. They want to do another bush trick, that basically what Revenants did to Vortex earlier on, but this time Revenants are very smart. They're just not going to fall for any of these kind of shenanigans at this point in the game. If Aizen doesn't get caught out early on, they might have a chance of doing anything. I mean, look at this, a nice ultimate from the Unseen Blade. Gets 4 members into it, has to flash away. The Cannon Grease comes in, it gets flashed away as well. Asian for himself with so many flashes arcading, but Sam is chasing the Unseen Blade, who was the guy who actually went for the engage. He goes down. Sam is fighting out. Copy is chasing Aizen. On that side, you can see jungler versus jungler. Vortex gets on top of Ezreal. All that remains is Churn ready for Revenants, and that's a triple kill already for Sam. Copy is going to make very short work of Churn ready, but Churn ready is pretty tanky. He's going on to Love to, maybe as a last ditch of just getting a kill for himself. Love to is just playing around. Honestly, nice pullback from Copy. He's spamming his emote yet again, and Churn ready is very tanky, but what else can he do? Everybody's running it down mid right now for Kakao Gaming. Sam with that last triple kill. The ace finally comes in for Kakao Gaming, make it a clean ace as Kakao Gaming, in a turnaround of events from like around the 30-minute mark, take away game 1 in this best of 5 grand finals against Revenants.
Yeah, madness. What a nail biter. We saw Revenants in the early game coming really strong, and it looked for a really long portion of the game that they were in the driver's seat. They were going to take the win. They had all the objectives, they had map control, they had everything. Crucial mistakes by Vortex ended up in them getting Dragon Soul point, and then eventually the Dragon Soul itself, but then Kakao Gaming just capitalizing on some very questionable Baron calls and some very odd team fighting by Revenants. So it seems that Revenants is kind of struggling in that department, but Kakao Gaming is more than happy to punish them for that and is able to take the win.
Yeah, it is looking like they want to actually go for it. But Revenants had such a good, like, what a 10k goal lead, right? Because a 10k goal lead is something that is kind of hard to come back from, and Kakao, instead of just coming back from it, they flipped the script. They went a 10k goal lead of their own, so not quite sure what happened. Like you say, very iffy Baron call, a very iffy fight around Elder where Aizen goes down early, and that's where Kakao started spiraling out. Revenants capitalized on a lot of mistakes Vortex made early on. Vortex was pretty much non-existent in the earlier parts of the game, and that's where Revenants got the lead, but they could not hold on to it. They made some calls that were not right, and this is where some of the macro decisions have to be improved from them if they want to, continue to put up a fight. Because I think this was the best chance for them to get that first game for themselves, right? In this scenario where, like you said, we were maybe missing a bit of Dead Corporal in this matchup as the jungler for themselves, as the caller for them. So if you can't win out of this, it's going to be hard for you to actually have any hopes of winning the series against Kakao Gaming if they come back newly improved, especially if DC jumps in as well. But with that being said, guys, we're going to take a very short break before we come back with Game 3 of this action.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Hi guys, welcome back to the grand finals of Lenovo and Intel presents India's top gamer fit Mythpat. And oh my god, that was an intense game one and a very nice comeback by Kakao Gaming. Oh man, Revenant almost had it in, and it's just unfortunate with how they ended up losing that game. But my god, Kakao Gaming, that was really great. And today we will be having our analyst Kaka joining us in a bit to talk about the game more, and he is right here. Hello.
Hi.
What are your
Yeah.
game?
Yeah. I mean, that was a. I really thought Revenants was going to win, and then the game turns around in the team fight that we will have a look at later on. So, yeah, I think that was a great game, honestly, and hopefully more to come. Maybe four more like these. I'll have it any day of the week. So, I think that was a pretty good game to watch, honestly.
Yeah, both of these teams fought through their ways in the brackets, and Kakao Gaming have not lost any games so far. Revenant lacking a little bit, so it is kind of sad to see that they ended up throwing the game.
Yeah.
But so far, compared to draft wise, what kind of compositions did you feel like was weaker compared to the other team? Like, what was missing?
I don't think much was missing, honestly. I think it came down to what happened in game, right? Uh, the Revenants did have almost 9,000 goal lead at one point, and then one or two bad team fights happen, and it goes to the other team. And props to Kakao as well, right? They are always there, waiting and watching if the enemy team is going to throw, and when they do, they are there to catch it up as well. So I think both the team had a really good game, and it could have gone either way, honestly, at the end of the day. And that's exactly how I feel even after the game.
Definitely, definitely. Revenant did have more control over the objectives, but it was really sad to see that them losing the fights, especially during the crucial moments. But
Yeah.
which lane were you most excited to see the matchups and all?
I think for me, I'm a mid laner. I have heard so I use, so mid lane is always fun to watch. But in this game, top lane was pretty fun to watch as well. Even though it's just wet noodle fighting going on in the top lane, I like Copy as a player, and he was a decisive factor as well in this game yet again. So, and I'm pretty sure he was player of the game as well, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, he is the man to watch in this series for me, at least out of the 10 players that we have. And yeah, that was the lane that I was looking forward to the most, and it did deliver. It did not disappoint at all.
Definitely, definitely. And we would love to see the scoreboard. I feel like both the teams were going all in, securing towers as much as they could. And I feel like Eisen was performing so well at
Yeah.
the beginning of the game, and he had zero deaths. And suddenly, the thing about Kakao Gaming is I've been seeing them perform since the upper brackets, and what I like about their team is they know exactly who to target and how to back up their team. And I feel like that's exactly what they did this game, and that is exactly what uh helped them win this game. And I feel like Revenant did lack that a bit. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Let's looking back at the moments of the game as well. Let's see what actually went down right here. We will touch on these. So, I this is a great team fight, right? Vortex comes in blind, ends up dying. This was like a 3 or 4 for nothing. I think it was a 3 for nothing. Vortex, funnily enough, was the only one who survived, and that gave the soul point away to Revenant. So, uh, till like 25-30 minutes, I think Revenants had a pretty spectacular game, honestly. This is at 24 minutes. Copy comes in, as we were talking about him earlier, takes the jungler away. So there is no 50-50 for the Dragon, and Xinjiao is able to steal that. And the team fight happens here, but I don't think it leads up to much. Uh, Actually, the sequence will follow here. Vortex ends up dying, then Revenants turn their attention towards Baron while they are quite low, in the HP. Give a pretty nice leash, honestly, to Kakao, who's there to take it with both their hands and say, "Thank you, Revenants, we will take this." And they take the Baron. So that was kind of, the turning of the game, I think you could say. Again, team fights, Unseen Blade, beautiful ultimate, kills the Yunara where she stands instantly. And then again, this Baron fight. I mean, Mordekaiser is deeping into 5 people. Why not just kill him, right? But Mordekaiser again, Copy doing a good job on this champion. Flashes in, takes Aizen away in his ultimate, and then just when it's a 1v1, I'm pretty sure Mordekaiser will always win. And that was, I think, the beginning of the end for the side of Revenants. Although they were 6-7k ahead, they lost the Baron. They lost all 5 members here as well, and that just escalated later on in what turned out to be a Kakao Gaming victory.
Definitely, definitely. Even if like Revenant did ended up securing that soul, it did not really work much
Yeah.
in favor of it. And I feel like Kakao Gaming, they're like, no, we need to target the Sivir first. And Revenant losing Sivir early on in the fights did actually not work out really well for them, because
Of
they
course.
lost a huge player for them to back them up throughout the team
Yeah.
fights.
Yeah, and this was the last team fight. I think this was going well still, but then if you run into the Yunara as a 3-4 man unit, especially when she has like 4 items completed, then it's just going to be one result. Aizen was not up for this fight, as you rightly said. He was picked off quite early on there, and then the last team fight, I guess, against a Elder Dragon team, it becomes sort of winnable when it comes to team fights, and that's exactly what happened. So. It was quite unfortunate, but Revenants did show quite a lot of metal as well, especially in the early game. I think they were doing pretty well. But when it comes to team fight, Kakao Gaming is just so practiced and so good at these team fights, knowing who to target as well. And that's exactly what they, did and showed us as well. And again, shout out to Copy. Like, he had a beautiful game. He was the guy who was doing, very heavy lifting, especially in killing Aizen so early on in the team fights. And yeah, that was it. I think Kakao Gaming getting that 1-0 to start off the grand finals very well.
Definitely, definitely. And what I enjoy watching Copy play is him using his emotes throughout the game. He did that in the upper brackets finals as well, and I just noticed it in the highlights that he did it again. And I feel like it is a flex that is very much deserved.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are really close friends as well, right? So I don't Kakao Gaming 8 turrets, 4 dragons sold for the side of Revenants, and then you look at Elder Dragon, 3 barons actually went on to Kakao Gaming, the Rift Herald as well. There was a fight for Void Grubs as well, so 2-1 there. Revenants did quite well in the early game, as we keep talking about getting these objectives. And the late game was Kakao Gaming's. They did come back from an 8,000 goal lead. So again, deficit, sorry. Uh, Great job to them, and this was quite a to and fro, and it shows in the game time as well. Almost 44 minutes. It's almost unheard of for our region, where most games end in like 30-40 minutes.
Definitely, definitely. And here we have the MVP, Copy, as you were saying. 6 kills, 5 deaths, 5 assists, 870 damage, and 6.9 CS per second, per minute, my bad. And 18k gold accumulated. My.
I think these stats are just honestly quite useless. If if there was a stat, I would put there, killed the AD carry twice in game-changing team fights, and that would be the stat right there, because that is what he needed to do. That is exactly what he did, and that was the reason why Kakao Gaming won the game.
Definitely, definitely. But man, I was really hoping that Aizen would have been able to finish the game with his perfect zero score, but it is quite unfortunate that he did end up getting targeted, and they, especially like from that Dragon Pit fight after winning that fight when they actually went to that Baron fight, giving them the leash. That was, if you like, a very unfortunate moment for them and a turning moment for Kakao. But without further ado, we will be back after a short break for game 2. So stay tuned, guys.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Welcome back to the grand finals of League of Legends of Lenovo and Intel presents India's top gamer Mythpat, and we are heading into game 2. And remember, guys, this is the fearless draft, and it is the best of 5. And I will be giving the floor to our next casters for the next game.
Thank you for that, Aniko. We are back with Lenovo Intel presents India's top gamer featuring Mythpat. We met us alongside Potato Monster for game 2 over here. And I think, like we were talking about behind the scenes, Potato, like if maybe they don't go for the Mountain Soul, this could have been Revenants actually coming out on top over here. It was a very highly contested game, and as Kakao was saying, one of the longest games we have ever seen in our region. Because usually it's over by the 25th, 26th minute, depending on which team has that advantage. But Kakao Gaming stuck it out, took a fair advantage of the opportunities that Revenants provided for them, and ran away with it at the end with those team fights. So I think this series is living up to its name, and I think Revenants have packing quite a bit of more punch than we expected them to be putting out in this grand finals. It seems that we get Potato like that, but I think Potato will also agree that Revenants are putting up quite a good showing in this matchup for themselves over here. And as you can see, we are going between Revenants and Kakao Gaming yet again for game 2. Revenants sticking to the blue side, as it seems. Kakao Gaming yet again on the red side between these two teams, and we're going to be heading into the draft of game number 2 here. The bans seem very similar. I don't see any difference coming out. Revenants with that Nocturne Gwen ban, Kakao Gaming with the Wukong Syndra. Do you think there'll be any change here in the banning, Potato?
No, I mean if it's working, keep going with it, right? Well, it wasn't exactly working. The early game definitely went in the favor of Revenants, but yeah, some really critical team fight mistakes, some objective calls that were not meant to be done. It resulted in Kakao Gaming punishing them for said calls and running away with the game. But it seems that more or less we're seeing very similar bans here. Again, the Nocturne Gwen and the Orianna going to be banned away by Revenants, and Kakao going for the Caitlyn, Wukong, and Syndra bans, and an instant Lucian pickup. So Aizen is looking to probably bully Sam this game. He did have a very strong laning phase last time, and I think he's looking to double down this time. But important to note here again, man, is that Corporal still not present.
Oh yes, that is a very good point. Dead Corporal DC is not here. Vortex will continue with the jungle duties, and got another point. This Lucian pick was what Revenants did against Soul Gods. That time didn't work out that well, and it was the same pickup coming in almost for them. And let's see what other lanes, but Sam's going to be answering up with the Ashe for himself. So a lot of things you can pair that up with. More of a utility ADC with enchanted arrows. If it lands properly, it does a lot in your engages as well as we continue. But yeah, without DC, it seems that we will still have Vortex on that role. Everybody else remains the same. Aizen's Lucian did lack quite a punch last time we saw it around, and the Braum that he was paired up with then won't be available to him because Love 2 will be snatching that up for himself.
Yeah, the Braum is going to be taken away, and the Ash Braum is going to be a really strong one. Let's see what. I think they should pick their support here, and no, it seems like somebody has disconnected from Champ Select as we have the blank screen. But yeah, the Braum pickup here, I really like it, Madness. It's really strong with the Ash, it's really strong with the Lucian, so you can't pick it anymore with the Lucian. And I do like the bot lane draft coming in from Kakao Gaming. They see the Lucian. The Lucian is traditionally a pretty short range ADC, so you immediately pick up the Ashe, try to counter that. Ashe also fairly strong in the early game, more of a poke champion, of course, but still does fairly well into the Lucian, especially with someone like a Braum to, deny the Lucian's all-in pressure, because that's the way the Lucian is going to kill the Ashe, right? You just dash onto her, you have more damage in an all-in situation, but hey, here's a Braum shield for you, buddy, and no more damage. So with that, it seems that we do have a disconnect, so we'll be taking a short break while we get that all sorted out. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be jumping right back into draft after this.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
I gotta cut a knot. Really haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Yes, we are back with Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat, and we were in the midst of that draft. We had seen, I think, the supports and ADCs getting picked up from both sides. As we're jumping back in, there should be no changes whatsoever. I think we had just a little bit of a disconnect of one of the players, and we just rehosted the lobby. But yeah, coming back to the fact, Potato, seems like pretty strong bot lanes. The Ashe and Braum pretty nicely against that Lucian. What else do you want to be seeing out of the drafts from both sides here?
Yeah, now I think the immediate question right now is that what kind of support are they going to choose to take with the Lucian? Bob is traditionally known more to gravitate towards those heavy engage kind of support, so we might see something like that, but if you look at the Braum pick, it's generally ill-advised to take an engage support into the Braum. So we might look for an enchanter pick here. Maybe the Nami, the Milio, these are not champions that Bob usually plays very often, and looks like the error in the pick was actually the Braum, so it's going to be a Jax pick instead. So very interesting early Jax pick. So Kakao placing a lot of priority on the Jax. So they probably feel like this Jax they can do a lot of it. So it could go into the jungle, it couldn't go into the top. It's a bit of a flex pick, but obviously Kakao really confident in that champion right there.
It is a flex pick. We have typically seen Copies, the one who usually pilots the Jax whenever it comes in for Kakao Gaming. Ezion's going to be answering with the Vi pickup for himself. We did see him play this champion yesterday. The LeBlanc with that rework is on our screens, as you can see, with that rework splash art. Will it get picked up? We haven't seen that much LeBlanc. We haven't seen that much Katarina from the Unseen Blade over here, or from pretty much anybody in the competition. I don't think it's a Katarina lockup. This seems more like up the alley of Unseen Blade. It's going to be the Galio getting locked in for him. But yeah, the Jax pick up very early on, like you say, it's a bit of a slight question mark for me, because I'm pretty sure they know it's not going to be flexed that much to Vortex. I don't think Vortex is going to play that in the jungle, and Copy, anytime he sees it, really likes to play this champion. He's very confident against anything that Churn Ready will be picking out against him. But yeah, no supports get locked up. The Braum is still open. I expect the Braum to get banned out by one of these sides in the second phase of banning.
Yeah, and it looks like the flexing is going to continue as they pick up the Trundle. So I'm guessing most probably the Jax goes top and the Trundle goes into the jungle. They could obviously swap it around. So these are very strong dueling champions that Kakao has picked up, which is very, very true to their playstyle. And we are looking at Revenants drafting something very similar to what they did in Game 3 yesterday, OG, which was their most dominant game. So this might be like they're putting their best foot forward, and they did kind of drop a game against Kakao that they probably hope to pick up. As we have mentioned before, Dead Corporal, the captain and the star player for Kakao, is missing in action today. So Revenants is facing off against a much weakened version of Kakao, but still unable to take a game off of them.
Yeah, and that even the weekend version of Kakao is resilient. They come out on top. It looks like W is going to be piloting the Swain over here. A Gragas pickup. Most likely going in the hands of Churn. Really, I don't think Bob's going to be playing that as a support champion over here, so that should be pretty much what gets sealed up. And I think Vortex has got the Trundle in the jungle at this point. I think that's the lockups coming in for them. What's the support going to be for the Lucian? Because now you have three very good options. You have the Nami, you have the Millie, you have the Braum, depending on your strategy. It looks like that Braum that was left open by Kakao Gaming, that was not banned in the second phase of banning, gets picked up by Revenants in the hands of Op. So now you have the Lucian Braum combo on the bot side. Is this? Yeah, I don't think that was an Aatrox getting covered there. It's going to be instead love to picking up the Morgana with the spell shields against such a CC heavy comp that is Revenants. I think this is a very good choice.
Yeah, the spell sheet is definitely very high value here. Morgana overall is not very strong in the meta right now. She did receive a couple of buffs this very patch, but overall the champion is kind of weak. But that's one thing that champion is extremely good at. You see all of the CC abilities on Revenant, that's going to be a big nope for that. No taunt for you, no barrel for you, no stun for you from the Braum. So strong pick. It doesn't completely neutralize the all-in damage pressure that Aizen and Bob are going to put out in this lane, but it does give Sam a lot of breathing room, a lot of leeway to be able to kite and space the Lucian as to the best of his abilities and give him kind of a fighting chance. They also have picked up the Swain, so this is a very frontline heavy brawler kind of team comp. You have this super beefy frontline, then you're just going to try to run over the enemy team using the power of the bruisers, and that seems to be what they're going to play at. On the other side, we do have Revenants picking up the Braum, so that's a champion that's very good against this kind of playstyle where you can just log down multiple members with the Braum passive. They do have the Galio, they have the Lucian Vi, and Gragas to kind of disengage there. So this is going to be a pretty scattered kind of game, I feel, where both teams just looking to just brawl and duke it out with all of these, like, honestly, like really strong early game picks across the board here. Madness.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be face for face about how they want to deal away with it. You have a Jax that's going to scale later on, at least for the side of Kakao Gaming. But like you said, there's a lot of early game strength in both sides, depending on how they want to go for it. And Unseen Blade has that semi-global ult where he can go and help out the lanes depending on how it goes out. I think this is the first time we're going to see Vortex actually playing Trundle for Kakao. As of that, I've not seen him playing that much. Copy is no stranger for playing the Jax in the top side, is known to put on some domination. And against Churn Ready, let's see how this goes. His Mordekaiser is what got him that MVP last time. He was very, very good in the team fight, signaling out Aizen on the side lanes for itself. But now with Aizen and the Braum, let's see how much they can do, how much kiting Sam comes up with, the love to spell shields, how much that goes for him. But yeah, it's like you said, it's going to be scattered. They're going to be just going face for face, brawling it out as much as they can. Whoever comes out on top comes out on top. That's pretty much what the game plan is going into this game. But as you guys remember, this is the game 2 of the grand finals of this best of 5 between these two teams. It is Kakao Gaming, after a very, very highly anticipated bloodbath in game 1, taking it for themselves in what is the longest game that we've had in this tournament so far. And if this keeps on going, I think we're going to be here all night, and this is League of Legends action that you do not want to miss.
Yes, sir. It's pretty hype, and yeah, late game, I think Madness, definitely I would give the edge to Kakao here with the Jax, the Swain, the Ashe. We're going to outscale the counterparts a fair bit, but it's honestly anyone's game. I think the scaling strength is not going to be what matters this game. As we've seen, Kakao Gaming is a team that really likes to brawl in the early game. They like to put their foot to the pedal, really put pressure on their opponents in the early game. It kind of did not work out last time, where Revenants actually ran away with the lead. But yeah, hopefully this time they're able to do something that's more akin to the traditional Kakao style, where they're just super dominant in the early stages of the game, take leads for themselves and translate those leads into the victory instead of like maybe hoping for a Baron comeback. And I think that is going to be Vortex maybe stepping up this game. Last time he was looking a bit shaky, so hopefully my man the Vortex there is going to step it up this time on the Trundle and show us what he can really do.
He does also have big shoes to fill in. Like Dead Corporal is nothing to joke about. He's a very good jungler as well. So it is maybe slight pressure that Vortex has to go, like that time got caught near the Dragon Pit, like going to the bush by himself. He maybe gets a bit antsy to prove himself in these kind of scenarios, in the high pressure situations, and hopefully maybe takes a step back, evaluates the situation a bit better now with this Trundle. Like you say, Lord Bruiser, good scaling with them, with the Jax, with him, with the Ash, but I don't think we're going to get to a point where that scaling is like you very rightly said, is going to matter that much, because it's very unlikely these games go beyond 30-40 minutes. I think game 1 was a bit of an anomaly given game times, but yeah, you can't always just hope for that flip around near Baron Call or near the Elder Drake. You can't just leave that. That's basically leaving it to a chance, leaving it to a 50-50, and that's something that Kakao Gaming doesn't usually do. All the games that we've seen so far has pretty much been a stomp pretty much by them, and game 1 was the first time I've seen them being properly challenged in this tournament so far.
Yeah, that is true. So kudos to Revenant for that. They were able to put the pressure on Kakao Gaming. It is true that, yeah, a big factor is that Dead Corporal is not present right now. We don't know exactly how much his absence is affecting Kakao at this point. But yeah, Kakao usually a game that prefers to be in the driving seat. They're not the kind of team that is just happy to, oh, we'll just sit back, we'll scale for a bit, we'll see you in the late game. This it somehow ended up like that this time. But also props to Kakao for identifying like those really small windows where they could really punish Revenants and come out on top, and they did that multiple times, and they were able to, and that's no easy task. 10k goal lead, they were able to flip it around, get a 10k lead for themselves, and Revenants is honestly going to have to really shape up, and they have another opportunity here. Dead Corporal is still not playing, so they are going to look to take away as many games as possible right now, and you don't know how many chances you're going to get with that.
Yeah, and I think game 1 was a very strong contention for them to actually get that game for themselves. It was a couple of iffy moments here, a bit of a bad call towards the end of Baron, as well as going for Mountain Soul instead of maybe ending the game over there, because like we were calling in the game, they could have maybe pushed in, got that game for themselves. A bit of maybe a misstep that you have to look over in the VOD review later on about how you want to play. But yeah, like you're saying, Dead Corporal still not here. Maybe still an opportunity for Revenants to step up, because this is the closer we've seen Kakao to maybe breaking down or giving up a game in a series. And that, like you said, very good props to Revenants. They have improved throughout this tournament. I think they're actually making strides. The drafting going on behind the scenes is working very well. The coach is helping out quite a bit. So I think there's a huge props for how you're improving as a team. And there's a good coordination for themselves, and we'll be taking a very short ad break before our host Nico will be taking over.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Hi guys, welcome back to Lenovo and Intel presents India's top gamer Mythpat, and it is the grand finals, best of 5, Revenant versus Kakao. Kakao already in lead of 1 game, and we will be heading into game 2 very soon. Before that, let's go a bit detailed into the draft. It is Lucian, Vi, Galio, Gragas, and Braum for Revenant, and Ash, Jax, Trundle, Swain, and Morgana. So we'll be jumping into the game right now.
Thank you for that, Nico. We are jumping straight back into this series. This is game 2 of the best of 5 series between Revenants and Kakao Gaming. And it is Kakao Gaming with that 1-0 lead after that bloodbath of a game that was game 1. And it was fantastic. Kaka, any thoughts about how that game 1 went? I know you talked about it quite a bit, but seeing the draft over here, do you have any thoughts?
Well, speaking of last game, and again, guys, hope everyone's doing good. But yeah, having said that, the first game I did think Revenants could have won that. I'm pretty sure we all talked about in the call as well, between the break and everything like that. So I think it was a pretty close game uh, towards the end, but before that, I think till 25 minutes it was quite one-sided for the side of Revenants picking up the Dragon Soul as well and everything. So they'll be pretty sad about it, and they are, because I just spoke to them. And having said that, like the second game, draft-wise, I think the Morgana pick was pretty good from the side of Kakao Gaming. But except for that, most of the champs are sitting ducks for the Galio and the Y to get in. So that shield will have to be perfect, because if it's not, the Ashe or these targets who are quite immobile, even when it comes to the jungler and the mid laner and the support herself, can just end up dying.
Yeah, they can definitely end up dying. And yeah, like you said, this spell shield is going to be a very high value prioritization of what we go for, and the timing has to be very nice for them. That's like you say, immobile all around. First attack for Aizen on the bot side. Aizen and Bob going in. They get 2 stacks on the love too, but not enough. Sam's poking him on the way back. The Guardian comes in from Bob. It's enough to go in, but that's what you expect from the Lucian Braum. You're going to try to be pushing this lane in as much as you can at this point. No help pot spawned anywhere, except maybe Unseen Blade actually ends up burning his help pot in the mid side. Binding barely missing out on Aizen. He steps behind the minion, it connects to him instead, and it's looking pretty good for him as how he's looking right now. As we continue on with this phase, it could be a bit of a tough time before anything actually ends up happening. Speaking of junglers, they've started on the opposite sides of the map. Ezreal going from top to bot, Vortex going from bot to top. As we go into a more slower pace, as well as game 1, even until the 9th minute, there was only 1 kill on the board.
Yeah, 100%. And both the teams know where the junglers have started as well, right? You see the Trundle spotted on his Raptors while the Y is spotted on hers. So clearly it shows what the teams are focusing on as well. Trundle would want to get the Jax ahead, and for the bot lane, the Y is going to be there to provide her services. So that is the sort of game we are looking at. I think Gragas does quite well into the Jax anyway, as we wait and there's a fight going on, and Sam just might end up dying. Burnt his ghost, burnt his flash, and the heal came out as well. Another flash will be exchanged by Bob and Love too, but first blood for the side of Lucian Braum down in the bot lane.
Yes, and the Ignite takes away, gets the kill, as we can see in the replay over here. You can see Sam already pops the ghost going forward in, but gets stunned up, locked in. There's no spell sheet for Love to right now.
Yes.
And Love to almost gets the binding onto Braum early on the bot side, like just in turret range, but Bob one slight step away from the turret, so he doesn't also go down. W actually takes quite a beating against Unseen Blade in the mid lane, but that's after Unseen Blade has TP'd back into the lane, also has that magic resist for himself. It looks like W is just going to get his own reset as well. W slightly up in terms of CS, but Cropy quite up in CS against Chernready, who's taking quite a beating right now against the Jax, and that's a phase just Gragas. He'll be zooming around later on, but right now he's struggling quite a bit against this Jax of Cropy.
Yeah, and again, you rightly pointed it out. The Morgana did not have her shield available, and I'm not sure if Sam knew that, because he did step up quite far with the Ghost as well. Walks into the melee range, into the Braum especially. I think it's not a good idea, but the only saving grace I would say for them is that Braum ended up getting the kill. So I don't think they'll be too unhappy about it. In the top lane, again, huge CS advantage for the side of Copy. I think we expect him to do that. This matchup does get better for the Gragas once he starts getting those levels in. So maybe the CS gap will decrease in the future. Meanwhile, the junglers, again, doing their bit, farming it out, not really being too aggressive on the map as of now.
Yeah, as of now, I think Vi just wants to get to that level 6 here, ultimate up before going in for any ganks. Even Trundle is just walking around. Vortex had a bit of a shaky performance earlier on in game 1. Mix trying to rectify it for it right now, playing much less aggressive compared to what a Xin Zhao can do early in games. Unseen Blade W trading out over here. Unseen Blade quite up in CS, but W has a good wave coming towards us. If the root comes in, Vortex is coming from the side, taking out junglers. Vortex makes his appearance. Unseen Blade's E gets blocked by Vortex, but here comes Ezreal. A nice Q in. Vortex being forced to flash. So in that exchange, only the flash of Vortex actually getting burned.
Yeah, and actually that works out quite well for the side top. Might be a solo kill. Charan actually gets the phase rush right there after burning the flash, so he's gonna survive. Does not have the TP, is quite far behind in CS, so I think that is his only regret. But having said that, mid lane went quite well, and again in the bot lane, Sam taking so much damage, and thanks to the shield He's gonna survive Charan. A bit greedy, I would say, but never mind. He's gonna be able to pick the wave anyway. So yeah, he is falling behind, but I think that is expected. Considering who's playing the Jax at this point, right? It is Copy. It is one of his favorite champions to play. So as long as if you don't die against him and if you are, quite close in terms of CS, I would take that victory any day of the week.
Absolutely, probably one of the best top laners in the region, right? If not the best. So he's doing pretty well for himself, and yeah, generally he's just surviving. Not that bad. He's not giving up anything. He is slightly behind in CS, but Sam especially is taking very bad trades here on the bot side. Just a spell shield this time from Love to that actually helped him survive. That's the kind of spell shields that he's going to require. But behind in CS as well, and now has a refillable potion at least for some sustain with those cookies. But Lucian has enough 2 cookies in his own pocket. Talking about summoners, both splashes were exchanged in the top side when Copy went deep into Charan, right? And you saw Vortex was just around the corner in case he wants to go for it. Copy's hit his level 6, the counter strike lands. He's just looking for aggressive shades onto Churn ready, but the phase rush procs yet again. He gets that movement speed, gets out of auto attack range, goes back in the E into another casket. Unseen Blades made his way up.
Oh,
a nice
beautiful
casket
there.
That's a good ultimate. The flash taunt from Unseen Blade doesn't catch out. Copy is still battling out. His counter strike should be up any second. That's exactly what happens right now. Goes in, gets a double stun. He wants to get the trade onto Churn ready, but the ultimate from the Galio is going to prevent any of such sword. So after very heated exchanges, second kill of the game, also going over to Revenants, this time in the pockets of Churn ready.
Yeah, I mean, it took them a while to kill and quite a lot of resources as well, considering the flash and ult from Galio, but I think they'll be happy with that. Smartly enough, though, Kakao Gaming had a really good read going in, so they swap the lane, they go towards the top side, and they should be able to collect the grubs for themselves, having the tempo advantage there. And hopefully we haven't missed too much on the replay, and it looks like we didn't. Bob catching this mid wave. Unseen Blade is going to show up now. Jax is towards the bot side of the map. They are looking to kill the top laner right now, and let's see how this unfolds. I don't think Revenants should be contesting the grubs now that the bot lane is here, but the Lucian is moving and he is quite strong, and if he can get into the team fight, then you never know what can happen.
Yeah, and Copy, it is going to shortly come back up. The enchanted arrow lands onto Churn ready from Sam. The subjugation comes in from Vortex, is onto SDN, so he's going to get some more armor for himself. He's looking to go deep, but it's too much deep into turret range. You're going to push them back. They're low on HP. Cherneri also has TP if he wants to reset, come back in for the fight. In the meantime, Copy is just hammering away at the T1 and the bot. I think the grub should all be going to Kakao. The binding lands from Love to yet again, but oh, it's being channeled by Revenants. The TP is coming in from Galio. Copies of no such sort because Kakao's already got 2 of the grubs. They're just going to walk away, hopefully, at this point. Yeah, I don't think anything further can come in. Copy's going to get a lot of plays. Kakao gets 2 of the 3 grubs that they do require, and they're going to secure that epic monster for themselves. But Revenants had also got the first Drake of the game.
Yeah, but most importantly, Copy is getting a lot of alone time in the bot lane. I do believe the Galio should have just, chucked the grubs, gone towards the bot side. He didn't miss quite a lot of CS right there. But in the top side of the map, while the action was happening, actually Sam had to burn his Ghost and Flash yet again to get out of a very sticky situation. So they do get the grubs, but it is at the cost of a few summoner spells from the AD carry right there. So we'll keep an eye on that. If he gets punished, of course, Y has the ultimate available soon. The Galio will get his as well, and once that happens, that Ashe is a sitting duck.
Yeah, the Ashe will be definitely a sitting duck, and it's going to be tough for Sam to play such an immobile champion against so many CCs coming for Revenants and so much dive potential essentially at this point. And Sam is fairly a bit behind. 8 CS behind Aizen, who's already got an assist to his name as well, looking to build that Essence Reaper. Ashe is going to be looking to build her own Kraken Slayer, not going to the Yuntal's route. Some Ashes do prefer at this point, but that's also after the Kraken Slayer buffs have been coming in. And you can see Ryla is being built for W right now, as well as the Hollow Radiance for the Galio top side. It looks like the Churn ready wants to build a Rod of Ages, while Copy's already gone for the Mercury Treads early in this exchange, getting the CC plus the Magic Resist, as well as he's building up his Triforce on the side by side. Bot side, Bob has a Bramble Vest for these exchanges, but a nice E from Churn ready prevents him getting stunned by the construct. These are the kind of exchanges now that Churn ready will be comfortable taking, but Copy is still around 30 CS up, so anytime you want for a trade, you're still going to be having it tough. He's trying to zone him as much away from the wave as possible, deny him that XP essentially. Love to making away from the bush over here. No binding connects, but this is the W that has been reworked over here with the buffs that come in. Does more burn damage right now for the Morgana.
Yeah, I mean, it is not significant, the damage that has been given to the Morgana. Still picked up for the shield here. The binding goes missing actually. Trundle has the flash available now, but Sam does not. So maybe that is something that can be looked at. Galio has the ultimate as well. So should the Revenants decide to fight this, it could spell trouble. Galio ultimate is now going to come in, but Bob has already died there. The taunt comes in. Aizen with a great culling. Vortex has to flash away. And that is going to be a 1-for-0. The support dies there with flash and ignite up for himself, as the cask will be burned towards the top side to get away from yet another trade from the side of Coffee.
Yeah, and this is binding Larry from Love to this started it out over there. Yeah, I don't think Bob should be dying there with both Summers attack. So he does go down. The TP comes in from W. There's nothing Revenants can do. You at least get the flash away from Vortex on the way out. But Kakao Gaming do pick up their first Drake of the game. And with that, it has been announced it's going to be an Infernal Soul map. That's a lot of damage for whoever gets that soul for themselves as it continues. But now at least Sam has caught up in terms of CS numbers to what Aizen has. He's going to get his own reset copy. This time does connect the counter-strike onto Eternity, hammering away quite some bit. But Ezreal is close by. Copy flashes away from the Q, but the ultimate comes in from the Vi. E from the Gragas stuns him up. Copy doesn't have much mana though, unfortunately for them. And it's the feats of warfare claimed by Revenants as Eternity picks up his second kill of the game.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful gank, honestly, from the side of Azayan. Realizing that Copy has been playing quite aggressive throughout the laning phase. And that's exactly what ends up happening. He takes a trade here, falls below half HP, keeps going on to Charan, even, while not knowing where the Vi is. Azayan is there, uses his Q to close the distance. The ultimate is there to secure the kill, and Charan, more importantly, is the beneficiary. So even if he is behind in CS, he has those 2 kills for himself. And that is what is keeping him in the game. At 12 minutes, if you have Rod and a tier stacking, I don't think you're going to be too mad about it. So for now, it looks like he is having quite hard laning phase, but the team has been helping him quite a bit, and the kills are making up for the lost CS.
Yeah, Unseen Blade came earlier, Ezreal comes in this time, so it does help out. Copy yet again goes in on to Churn. The counter-strike does land the cascade from Churn, not the Q does not connect. The E does though from him. Copy just going to continuously go for these trades. And it's looking like Unseen Blade might be the guy getting caught out on the top side. Uses the E to go into Vortex, but Vortex is chasing Unseen Blade on the bot side of his turret. Unseen Blade is going low W with the ultimate with the Q. Gets the final touch over there. Gets the kill on to the Unseen Blade. So that's the Swain picking up his first kill of this game. And that's a nice little gank on the top side over here.
In from the side of Vortex, picking up the Galio there. Did have the shutdown bounty as well on the Swain that just went away. So let's see what happens there. They do have the vision on Y. Did spot her walking towards the bot side. The TP is going to come in from the Galio, so he's going to end up towards the top side. The bind is going to miss, importantly, from the side of Aizen. And there's not much to play for. Bob might get caught. That's a beautiful pillar from the side of Vortex. Bob caught between a rock and a hard place right there, but Azayan is here now, and Love to barely survives right there with a sliver of his health, and Azayan might end up dying. Never mind, the piercing light is enough to kill the Morgana, so it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade right there.
And the Morgana just surviving is enough to actually get the trade onto Ezreal over there, because the Q comes in from just before the piercing light of the Lucian actually gets the kill. So it's a very nice trade coming in. Morgana goes golden. The arm guard coming in very clutch in that scenario where her ultimate was already getting popped as well while she's in the stasis form. But right as you see it right now, Kakao Gaming have the gold lead of 1.6k gold for themselves. W gets unseated on the top side. The root comes in plus the W from the Swain. The taunt does not land for the Galio, and especially with the realize this Galio is going to have a hard time moving even with that phase rush to himself. But talking about items, the Lucian has the Essence Reaver completed, while the Ashe has her Kraken.
Yeah.
Holo Radiance for the Galio, you have the Rylai's for the Swain. Trinity Force completed for the Trundle. Still no Trinity Force available to Copy because he did rush the Mercurius to get that early less CC and Magic Resist against Eternity in the top side. Rift Herald has been started for the side of Revenants. Kakao Gaming going to be late to this party, if at all they're going to be joining in.
Yeah, I think they are quite late to this party, as you said. Trundle will have to give up a lot of camps to just walk down here. Bob again with a beautiful Q. Gets binded, but I don't think it's going to matter too much as the Rift Herald is picked up. And now it's the ultimate choice for Kakao, right? You go for the dragon, but the Rift Herald is popped in the mid lane, so you have to give up that turret, or the Rift Herald gets popped anyway, and then you have to leave the dragon. So it is kind of a very questionable thing coming in. Azine does not have the ultimate available. I would have thought that he would have liked to go in. The Galio is moving towards the mid side as well, so they are trying to set up for the dragon, but the binding again is going to cancel out Bob's recall. Aizen uses the culling to clear the wave. It's quite unfortunate that he has to face the Jags in the side lane, but Aizen is quite fed, honestly. As you pointed out the items, he is going to get the Navori Quick Blades pretty early in this game, quite accelerated. So it is about him and how the team can protect him in the team fights.
Exactly, as you protect it. And with that prioritization of Kakao Gaming, actually, with the stop on Bob's back, as going more for this Drake. W against Unseen Blade on the top side. W has TP, Unseen Blade does not. Gets the hero's entrance, he's already making his way to this fight, but I don't think Azane can go in. He's maybe looking to go for a steal. He comes in, but it's too late. The smite comes already in from Vortex. It's chaos right now in the Drake, with the TP is coming in from W that I was mentioning on. Bob yet again made the scapegoat over here, does fall down. Kakao Gaming pick up their second Drake of the game, locking in all those 3 epic monsters they do require. So it's about who ends up picking up this first turret to see who gets the feats of strength for either of these teams.
Yeah, and it looks like Kakao is will be the one to get that. Oh, beautiful cast here. Sam does not flash or go, so he could be in trouble. Should something happen there, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. The dragon again picked up. Why did Flipper it? Aizen in trouble, gets baited by the Morgana there, and he's gonna end up dying. And that was again quite unfortunate of Revenants, who are making these small mistakes, and Kakao is always there to pounce on it.
They are definitely. I'm not sure why. He just got baited, like you're saying over there by Love 2. And more importantly, Love 2 does have the Unspelled Spellbook for later on, jungle objectives with those double smites going to be available to the side of Kakao Gaming. And now it looks like Kakao Gaming firmly have that nice gold lead for themselves around the 3.5k margin. They have the feats of strength acquired after getting the first turret in the bot side, as well as getting a turret in the top side for themselves. W might be in trouble, doesn't have much mana, uses the last of it to channel that Q. Bob and currently hot pursuit. The Q connects from Bob. The stacks will come in, but it's flashed away. The arrow comes in, connects onto the B-Fair member of Charan Reddy, who's locked up into place. The subjugation is also taking away. The TP is coming in from the Galio as they're trying to go for more in this fight. They're going to be fighting against it, and no, the Charan arrow did connect, but no, you can't go for more from the side of Kakao. They have to back away, as all in all, no fight actually comes up with any casualties from either of these teams.
Yeah, but Flash was exchanged for the TP from the side of Unseen Blade there. That is the only takeaway. W was quite pushed up without mana right there, so I think that was a mistake, as he will be used towards the bot side to secure that turret. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Morgana and Ashe doing quite a job. The binding is going to here, so Aizen uses that opportunity to get some poke and clear the wave. But this is where the problem lies. Copy getting 700 gold for himself. Again, Charan shouldn't be in too much trouble as he does have the phase rush. Is going to use that, but now Copy does not have the mana. So Charan just needs to survive somehow. The Justice, Hero's entrance comes in, and now he's just CC'd to death for the 3rd time in this game.
Yeah, I don't know why Charan was flashing, because like Copy was very low on mana at this point. Even if he was in, I don't think he has the mana for the lead track at that point, seeing his mana bar. But maybe just playing on the safer side, I would say. But like you said, he gets locked up in with the hero's entrance from the Galio. Copy dies for, unfortunately, the 3rd time this game, equalizing the kills across the board. But Kakao Gaming still have that 4k gold advantage for themselves. Atakan has now spawned on the map at the 20-minute mark. Speaking of items, the Navori has completed by the Lucian, who's still on this tier 1 boost. The Ashe has also been looking to be making a Rune's turret to see as well at the side part over here, because he has a slingshot with the Zeal available to him. Love to is walking up over here, not going to be catching out anything. He has a lot of movement speed with the boots of swiftness for himself, and still has only that broken arms guard close by. That won't be of importance in the next team fight. But all in all, we're slowing down slightly in the space of the game. The attack on top side, Copy's on the bot. He's going to have his TP up in case they want to go for a fight. Reddy's also there to match him, who has his own TP of himself. Pings have come in from Kakao Gaming for the attack on. They want to get maybe some vision on it, because look at that river. It's all vision for Revenants right there.
Yeah, and now it's just a fight for the Artican, right? Because in the side lane, we have seen Sharon struggling quite hard against the Jax, who has 2 items completed now. Gragas will have his second pretty soon as well. So it becomes a fight for the top lane control. And as you can already see, 3 members strong. That Trundle might get caught if he's not aware. The shield actually used for Love 2 already. So that is a mistake. If he steps up too far, I think he's just gonna die. So he has to be wary of where he is walking. He's recalling in vision. They see the Trundle. This is their cue to go on to him. The flash is burned, but the Y ultimate is still there, and that should be the Artican picked up for the side of Revenants.
Yeah, Vortex goes down very early. Nice tricky play coming in for Revenants. Swain, you are in a bit of no man's land, trying to go for too much. The E comes in from Turner. He doesn't from Unsplit, doesn't connect the taunt will. The Q comes out, but that is the Swain staying alive for a lot of time. That's very importantly, his shutdown goes over to the Lucian, who doesn't even need more gold at this point. He's already pretty fed. Atakan should be on the books. The tier 1 third of Revenants will be falling down in exchange, but that's a good pickup onto Trundle over there. You have Vi going in with the ultimate. The Culling follows suit by Aizen as well. So good pickup, good use of item, good lurking around in that bush near the Baron pit.
Yeah, it was a good pickup, but W just bought so much time. Again, there is almost no anti-heal from the side of Revenants. Just now picked up the Executioners calling onto the Lucian. So they do get the pick there, but it's not converted into an objective. Yeah, they get the top turret, but they do lose the soul point now. And as you said early on, it is the Infernal Dragon. And we will have to see how they navigate this very important Artican fight, because the Trundle does not have flash, and if the Vi wants, she has the backline access to one of these carries, and even the Trundle now. So I think they just have to wait out for the Galio ultimate to come back and rinse and repeat the same thing.
Pretty much at that point, W is walking pretty forward on the flash forward. Bioncid with the taunt. They're going to lock him to W instead, because W does not have his other. Gets popped actually at this point. Aizen is going dangerously low. Copy is following suit at this point. Copy is on hot pursuit of that Lucian. Lucian has to stay alive as long as he can, but no, Sam gets that kill, as well as Bob falling down. All eyes on Unseen Blade. He cannot do much. He's the one who actually went for that engagement. He's going on to W, who's just going to instantly pop his own ultimate. And because of these mistakes, as because of Copy falling on to Aizen, it's going to be an Atakan going into the pockets of Kakao Gaming right now.
Yep, a bit of an overactive engage right there coming in, and Aizen is just left alone. 3-1 and 1, but he is again left alone to fight the Jax, and I don't think he has the capacity to do that. Charon was there in the fight for a bit, but could not really contribute as well, and Azan had to run away as well. So a bit over aggressive. Again, I do feel if the Galio waits for his ultimate to come back before making these plays, I think it could work out better. And yeah, 2 items on the Jax. That guy is going to kill any AD carry on this game. So a big fight for the side of Kakao, who now secured the Artican as well and are looking quite primed to take this game too.
And he has a tier 3 merchant as well as he's building up Witsend, so none of that AB damage is going to be affecting him that much later on. He's going to even get the tenacity from the Witsend as well. And W is a monster. He's maybe not the target you want to go to. Maybe they thought W's ult was still down after the previous of him slowing them down when the Trundle had got caught out, but no. He just was there in time. He has the Malignant, so you have to keep that in mind. It's going to come up at a fast pace. He has the Fated Ashes as well completed. Unseen Blade might get pursued by Copy here, who's looking to jump onto him. He's going to counter-strike into the Q onto gets the stun. Unseen Blade does E back into him. So this is just them fighting out. There's not going to be much difference between them. But you can see Unseen Blade's built the force of nature. So more movement speed with those boots of Swiftness, just roam around the map with the phase rush in these team fights. Like you say, he should have waited for that hero's entrance before that fight. He's the one who went for the flash engage after the call that was made by Revenants. Unfortunately, he's pretty nice sidestep by Aizen on that enchanted arrow. But the filler comes in, Fortis is trying to go for more. That was really clean coming in from Aizen. I'm not going to mistake on that. The mechanics are coming in from Aizen, and you have to peel for this Lucian in this team. You can't allow Copy just to keep on just jumping onto him. And if Copy does that, then Aizen pretty much going to get neutralized from any further exchanges.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of needs the Brom to just, hold his hand while the Jax or one of these targets just jump on his backside, I would say. So he needs that extra layer of protection. And the Lucian can still take over the game. He has 3 items. That's the most in the game so far. Has the Mortal Reminder completed as well against the Swain and Trundle. So the healing as such won't be a problem. Charan somehow is level 16 against Copy, who's 15 after the laning phase that we saw. So I'm not sure what went there. Yeah, but the team fights is where the problems are happening for the side of Revenants, as they are not able to find the engage and combo the Vi and Galio together. So if that can be fixed and if they can find the backline, I think this could still be anyone's game.
Yeah, honestly, it still can be. Kakao Gaming with quite a significant goal lead right now. They have that 6.5k for themselves. They're just expanding that slowly but surely. Ash has also completed his entire Ruinous Hurricane, another BF Sword. But he's still quite far behind Aizen optimization because his Mortal Reminder has been completed. Pings coming in for the Baron right now. They're going to sacrifice maybe Soul for it, or it's a good timer for them to go for it. And they're cleaning the vision just to maybe bait it out in this bush for a fight. You can see Swain's going for his own back. He's going to reset. He's just going to wait in this bush. Wait to see which of Revenant's members are going to walk up over here. The TP is coming in the middle lane. Maybe signals that this could be a trap play. Aizen has to be careful. The Enchanted Arrow squarely hits him in the backside. The Trundle comes in as well. You have the Galio with the ultimate present not to save your ADC. It is not. That is the answer. Bomb barely getting out with his life on the other side. The flash forward on to this Sam. Sam should be going down. That's a dead Ash. So ADCs have been traded, but Ezreal more importantly goes down. This should be a Baron call at the end of the day. Over that side, Copy is going further in onto Churn ready. Maybe wants to lock him up, but the Brom stacks do continue onto him. He had the spell shield. Do they have the damage? The pings are coming in for Baron. Vortex really wants this for himself, and with Ezreal going down, that should be a free Baron for them.
Yeah, the arrow and the pillar is there to just confirm Lucian's demise, and we were talking about it. The Lucian needs to carry. Unfortunately, he's the first one to die. Somehow Sam survived the onslaught from Ezhan. So that was quite well played from them, as the Baron now is being picked up while the Dragon is being taken by Copy right there. So I'm not sure why Revenants is not checking that objective. The pings are coming in, and yeah, there you go. The soul will be picked up as well. So that is a mistake right there. And the team fights, man, if the Ashe engages first and the Lucian gets caught, then the problems start for the side of Revenants. And that's exactly what happened. And now look at the gold advantage for the side of Kakao. 8,000 gold up, almost 10,000 in a few minutes once they start banging onto these turrets with the Baron buff.
Yeah, and Ash is also caught up in terms of itemization. 2 Aizen, pretty much sitting on 3 items a piece. Solution especially has gone for the steel caps just to deal with Copy and Trundle going on his backside every single time. And there was a very good enchanted arrow, honestly, from Sam to start off the fight with the pillar follow up by Vortex as well. But right now, like you said, Infernal Soul in the hands of Kakao Gaming. They have the Baron as well. They're going to be pushing in Copy. It's a 2-level advantage. And even though it is the same level, Copy was always coming out on top, especially now that he has the wits and less CC going to be applied to him with the tenacity plus the magic resist coming in. Aizen, you have to be a bit careful. Here comes Vortex with the spell shield. He actually keeps past the pillar, honestly, on that side. Nice taunt from Unseen Blade onto Copy, trying to get him chunked down, but he does have the Thunder Sky to heal back up with those Critical Strike whenever he does jump in. And Copy's just going to continue to push on. Bobs come here to help the Unseen Blade. This might be Copy overextended. General flies by. It's like a goal between 2 posts over there. Copy now pops the ultimate with that. He flashes forward this Counter Strike, but this might be Gallo trying to save Ezreal. It's not in time. There he goes down. But Sam, the immobile ADC, is also falling suit. Copy a bit too deep over here. The turret shot be his end. That's going to be Copy going down to the hands of Aizen. A nice E flash by Churn ready into Love 2. Bob using the explosive run to go in forward. Can he slow him down? Vortex. Oh no, the binding connects. The culling cut short by Aizen to prevent people coming in on the backside. All in all, it's a 3-for-2 in favor of Kakao. It does not stop Vortex going ahead over here. Might be too much. Flash forward by Aizen with the piercing light is enough. And W was just never in this fight, and it was still a 3-for-3.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-3 at the end of the day, and as you rightly point out, W is not there, so they only lose the inhib for the Baron buff. Charan ready, can you stop her? No, he can't. But again, that was the team fight that we needed to see from the side of Revenants. The Vi goes on to the Ashe, the Galio is there to follow up, and that could have done it earlier, but unfortunately that was not the case. I would say it is still okay to trade 3 for 3 once you are in such a big deficit. So I don't think Revenants will be too mad about it. And they are just biding their time for this dragon to come up and hopefully flip it. Because I don't see any other way to victory now for the sides of Revenant.
Yeah, the flip is basically the best one. Basically, what happened for Kakao in game 1 of that flip of that Baron side, basically, of how the leash was going on. But this will be much more of a 50-50 in case of that. You have to pretty much go for the steal, because if you walk up in your jungle, it's completely warded. Unseen is trying to clear as much as he can, dodges out on the binding over there, dodging the W from the Swain, but he's being bullied out of his own jungle. As he was walking up, Copy's close by. Copy's just sitting there near that broken turret, essentially, just having a patience battle. Sam by himself on the bot side could be a pick they could look for. Love to come close by just for that. Explosive cast comes in, but the spell shield was already there for themselves, and this could be something that could come back to 100. Now you don't have the explosive cast for turn ready, but it's going to come up at a very short piece of time. It's already almost halfway off cooldown as well. That's a good time spell shield from Love to Copy. Again, 1 versus 2 ultimate does not popped yet from him. Copy's going back in for the fight. Vortex is helping out as well. A nice stun and lock in onto Bob, as well as the ultimate coming in from Unseen Blade just to save his life. The ultimate from Grom comes in, but that's just a disengage at this point. There's so much pressure coming into the members of Revenants. Kakao is still 5 minutes from the binding, goes wide over here from Love to, but Copy's coming in with the Skull Shield with the counter strike, seals that up. Turn ready should go down as soon as he comes back from stage. Asian follows first, Bob following suit as well. It's a bloodbath where Kakao Gaming has the one drawing blood from Revenants. They get all 3 members. Copy does fall down as the casualty from Kakao Gaming, but they've got 3 members that they do need. Unseen Place, there is not many places you can run from a trundle. He's running very far, but no, the chomp is enough. Secures that in. All that is left is Aizen against 4 people. That is very well put. Kaka, this should be game. This should be Kakao Gaming going 2-0 up in this best of 5 in the grand finals against Revenants.
Yeah, and that was just well played from the side of Kakao Gaming. Picking up their victories wherever they could. Of course, controlled all the objectives, it seemed like, in this match. And a well-deserved victory. Look at the end game, 13,000 goal lead right there, and a great game from both Love 2 and Vortex in this one.
Yeah, honestly, a very good game coming up in for them. I think Vortex and Love 2, good combo, good arrow ashes coming in vital times as well. Love 2, good spell shield, especially that one on Sam to the bot side over there. Early on, there were a bit of hiccups in the bot lane for them, where Sam maybe overstepped when, Love doesn't even have the spell shield ready for him. But all in all, very good. W, especially at that point when Vortex gets taken down in the top side, Tribush over there with the plan that was coming in for the side of Revenants, then W actually just buys so much time, prevents them from taking the, Artaka. The Drake gets picked up by the side of Kakao Gaming. They take Soul, and this is the kind of performance we were expecting from Kakao, and this was definitely more in their favor compared to what game 1 was.
Yeah, 100%. More like what we expect from the side of Kakao, and that's exactly what they delivered. The first game was close. The second game, they made sure that it was never going to be a debate about who could have won and what not. So a great performance by them, especially Vortex, as you said, doing such a great job on this trundle, being on the right side of the map, securing these objectives, and Copy as well. Even though his score was not the most, pleasing, but what he was doing on the map and how his laning phase went and how much pressure he was putting and pulling members from the side of Revenants there, I think that was pretty well played as well from his side.
Yeah, I think Copy, even like you're saying, his score doesn't look that pretty, but he did his job, right? He's pulling members towards him on the silent pressure. Very hard for anybody to answer him. He's just being a menace over there. Even the team fight goes very deep, prevents other members from going on the backlines there. So I think Copy did phenomenally as well. But I think Vortex and Love to, like you very rightly said, were going to be more important here. Good arrow ashes, but both ADCs were basically getting focused down in each fight, barely being allowed to survive. A lot of times Aizen gets close by with an Ash arrow. One nice, that nice sidestep coming from Aizen near his tier 2. That was very beautiful to watch from him. That's the mechanic coming out from himself.
Yeah,
but
that was
all in all, Revenants unfortunately still 0-2 down in this series right now. Kakao Gaming just 1 game away from being your champions of Lenovo, and it represents India's top gamer featuring Mythpat or League of Legends. And I think they are just going to try and ride this momentum all the way, unless Revenants have anything else to answer back with in game 3.
Yeah, that is what we'll have to wait and watch as well, right? And it is going to be a new champion since SATUL isn't here. Yeah, I mean, Kakao Gaming doing what they need to do. Still a flawless tournament from them. Still haven't lost a game. It does not look like they are going to lose a game as well and be crowned champions. So, props to them. Even without their best player, they are decimating, especially in that game 2, the second best team in the tournament. So, we'll see if that can continue in game 3 as well.
Yeah, hopefully that they will ride that momentum. But Revenants are backs against the wall. Let's see what kind of drafts they're going to come up with for us in Game 3. Because the draft did look pretty strong going into Game 2 over here. But maybe just some slight hiccups in kind of how they want to go for it. Kind of how the fights break out and how much you buy it. Because there's a lot on W that he bought so much time in a lot of these fights. And it's much harder for them to go into these fights. And I just don't know what else Revenants can pull out of the bag. What other special picks they have. Because Churn is actually struggling quite a bit against Copy in the top side from what we are seeing, because it was turned ready technically with the counter pick, because that Jax was picked up very earlier on in the draft, and we're pretty sure it's going into Copy's hand once the Trundle was locking, because I don't think Vortex is going to play the Jax and Copy is going to play the Trundle, so I think they should have a good idea about what's going to be picked, but unfortunately they could not do much with it. Turn ready maybe one good exchange on the top side, but there's also with so much help coming towards him, where Unseat Blade makes a roam top side, where this jungler comes and helps out, and like you rightly said, so Copy's score might not look that good, but he did his job, and that's all that counts.
Yeah, he was pressuring Charan all throughout the map as well. So, and even in the team fights, he was there. So, yeah, let's see if that continues in Game 3 as well, as we take a short break and come back to you guys in a few minutes.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Hello guys, welcome back to Lenovo and Intel presents India's top. Sorry, I got a bit disconnected, but welcome back, guys, to Lenovo and Intel presents India's top gamer featuring Mythpat, and that was a crazy game 2, and oh man, this is the best of 5. This is the grand final, and the pressure is on for Revenant right now, and oh boy, I cannot wait to see what they have in store for Game 3, and I really hope that they are able to make that comeback, because so far this series has been all about momentum, and can Kakao keep their dominance, or will Revenant be able to strike back? We will be able to see, but we'll be seeing that later. We will now go to the analyst desk, where Potato will be joining me.
Hey, Anigo, what a game. Kakao Gaming really came out swinging this time. We were talking about how Revenants was looking to capitalize on DC being absent from this series, but Kakao Gaming is like, stop right there. That's not how this works.
Definitely.
yeah.
They've been dominating this whole tournament so far, and so far my prediction is long gone.
Yeah, I
Right
think
now
your prediction of a 3-1 is... I don't think
Sadly
it's quite
gone.
possible yet. I think my prediction
far, I
is also
feel like
looking...
Not that good, yeah. So far, I
Yeah.
think Madness might be right, but we never know. We never know. This is the best of 5. We all might be wrong. So who knows if Revenant might be able to make that comeback? Because after all, in the lower brackets, they did win 2 games back to back when they were in the blue side instead of the red side. So maybe that might be a factor. But yeah, tell me more about this game. Tell me what went wrong or what went well for the other team.
Yeah, let's start with what went right for Revenants. So that bot lane across both games for Revenants has been their strong point, at least in the laning phase. So in the laning phase, we see in both games, Aizen and Bob are really able to square up to Sam and love to, but it feels like the moment the mid game comes around, the late game comes around, they're just instantly Aizen and Bob then really get not able to have impact. Aizen is really struggling in both in game one, game two to have impact in this in these team fights. And the top lane has, on the other hand, flip side, been a very sore point for them. Uh, Copy is just completely destroying Charan Reddy up there.
Definitely, definitely. Let's look into some highlights to see what, like, a recap of what was going on, because my god, the team fights were intense. This whole game was intense. Like, look at this.
Yeah, Sam here, I think this is probably a miscommunication. Sam maybe thought that the Black Shield is still up, decides to walk up to the Brom, gets destroyed. And here we see uh, the first of many ganks onto top lane throughout this entire game. To Copy was getting the push on Charan Reddy, trading very effectively. And they had to send members top constantly to kind of alleviate that pressure. And that did result in them being able to get a lot of kills up top. Here we have the first dragon fight where Bob is kind of like super out of position here, just walking into the enemy team is just completely CC log. It's Morgana Q, it's an Ash Arrow, is just unable to move for 5 seconds straight. And here we are going to see the feats of warfare going over to Revenants, which is probably the highlight of this game for them. Yet another gank onto Copy, trying to just put so much pressure on him just because honestly had Charan by the ropes this game, and they had to put a lot of pressure on him, send multiple member stops again and again and again to kind of stop the onslaught there. They were able to kind of get feats of warfare through that, but that was
Mhm.
just about it. And here we just, after there is just the Kakao gaming show, we have Vortex just being everywhere all the time. They do manage to get a kill onto Love to here, which is traded back with a kill onto Asian. Just Aizen managing to somehow snipe him with the piercing light. I do believe he did not might not have had vision there, so that was a bit of a lucky snipe. But yeah, Dragon follow up again. Kakao is able to pick up all of these objectives. They just dare at the objectives first. It just felt like throughout this game, after this point especially, Revenants is just in the back seat. They aren't able to do anything. Aizen was the only member who was doing well for the most part. Charan already had a few kills, but like it didn't really feel like that. Like Copy on the Jacks was just pressuring him so much, and like they did. Like again, you see him dying here again in the highlight screen, but this doesn't feel like, oh yes, we killed Copy. This is like, oh my god, we killed Copy. A few close call. Oh, he's back to split pushing again here. Again, as the casters mentioned, as
Definitely.
Kaka mentioned, they do manage to get the shutdown on Vortex over here, but I think later on there is a fire. These ultimates are used. The hero's entrance was not available for the Galio. He goes in without that fight anyway. W is just wasting so much time here. They're unable to do the Atakan here. This is just absolutely insane. So much time wasted, so much damage being done. And then now this is the follow-up to that. W has his ult up again, but on the Galio, hero's entrance still not up, goes in for the team fight, lands a pretty nice taunt, but they're unable to kill W. They aren't able to find the damage. Meanwhile, in the backline, Copy is just wrecking havoc. He has taken down Aizen, and there's just no peel for him. And here again, this team fight was just an absolute disaster. Enchanted Crystal being fired, and nobody in Revenants deciding to block for Aizen here. This is just honestly just such a huge mistake. Any member who had decided to like take one step backward, they would have maybe stopped the arrow from connecting onto Aizen there. And at this point, it's just this fight is just Kakao having fun, right? It's a 5 versus 4. Revenants is just hoping they maybe get some kills here. Kakao is honestly just going in and out. Copy is having fun with his diving. This time they actually decide to turn back and peel for Aizen, so he does end up surviving. And you can see he does a lot of damage. Once, even 30 minutes into the game, when Kakao is like 10k goal ahead, he is doing a lot of damage. Vortex
Mhm.
just going in for another cheeky kill. Tries to 1v1 Aizen there, but he didn't really have any cooldowns. And you can see Aizen is pumping out a lot of damage, but it's like too little too late. The top inhibitor goes down, and after that it's just Kakao gaming. taking their goal lead and shoving it down Revenant's throats. The goal lead is too much. They can't really win a 5v5, and Kakao Gaming isn't really giving them the kinds of fights they would actually win. So after this, it's just a matter of them closing out the game, honestly.
Definitely, definitely. And I feel like no one was, as you mentioned, that no one was there to properly peel for Lucian. And I feel like Kakao is like, we need to get Aizen. We need to get him first, and our problems are over, and it's easy game for us at this point. Like back to back, both the games, I feel like he is being targeted a lot throughout the games, and Revenant needs to step up and the Revenant needs to step up to make sure that their attack damage carry actually survives throughout the fight so that they can do the damage and survive through the team fights. What I really like about Kakao is they are there for their teammates, which Revenant is kind of lacking a lot. So I am curious to see what they have in store, and this is a match point for Kakao Gaming. If they win this is a smooth win for them. But Revenant needs to step up if they actually want to carry on, because this is the best of 5 and it is a fairless draft. So no champions are going to be repeated. So what do you think? What are you hoping to see in the next draft?
Hopefully, Revenants, like, hope is a strong word here. Revenants really need to step it up. We have repeated ourselves multiple times here, but this is Kakao without their captain, without their star player DC playing, and Revenants is still struggling. That game one showed us a bit of a glimmer of hope. Vortex had a bad game, but this time Vortex turns up the heat, and it's not a close game anymore. And with that, I think we're going to go into a short break before game 3, guys. So stay tuned.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the boys. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. On grind, I'm going in. On grind, right on the way to the top. 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 On grind, I'm going in. On grind, I'm gonna win. Flip the letter, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Still an attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give you all I got. I'm going to the top. I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in, got me like woo. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut the knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the The letting I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. Not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian.
Hi guys, welcome back to Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat, and let's take a quick look at the scoreboard and see what was going on, because this is the best of 5, already 2 games in, Kakao leading with 0-2, Revenant not having any match points yet, and this is match point for Kakao Gaming. So far, Revenant with 11 kills and Kakao with 17 kills, almost toe-to-toe, but Revenant may be lacking a bit. They were very behind in gold, 53k in gold, 66k for Kakao Gaming. We're only able to secure 2 towers and 11 towers for Kakao Gaming. But here we have the MVP, Vortex, with his Trundle. 8 kills, significant amount of damage. This is the amount of gold accumulated, 6.6 CS per minute. What a scene. So yeah, it's crazy, and this is match point. This is do or die for Revenant, and if they do not step up, if they do not lock in, it is going to be a win for Kakao Gaming. And so far, Kakao Game have not lost any games so far. Oh boy. So the momentum is building up, and it is important for Revenant to keep their mental resilience up. So without further ado, I'm giving the floor to the casters.
Thank you for that, Nico. Welcome, guys, back to Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. Me and Potato Monster will be taking you through the draft of this game 3. And the way it's looking, this might be the ultimate game of the evening over here, Potato.
That's right, Madness. Revenant is staring down the barrel of a gun named Kakao Gaming, and they're in a bit of a tough spot. Kakao Gaming's captain and star player Dead Corporal still missing from the action. Both Game 1 and Game 2, you were talking about how this could be Revenant's chance to, maybe put the pressure on Kakao, force them into a do or die situation, but it's the exact opposite, as they find themselves 0 and 2. Their drafts seem to have improved a lot, Madness, but it seems like they're struggling a lot in piloting these new drafts. A lot of teamfight mistakes, carries dying left and right, people getting caught out, and just in general, some outside of the bot lane, I think laning is also been a bit inconsistent for Revenant so far.
Yeah, it has been. Charneri's been feeling the brunt in the top side. Aizen's trying his best in the bot, but even in these last fights in the game 2, he's getting caught out quite a bit. But with that, we are looking at the draft. It's going to be the same sides yet again for her 3rd game in a row. Revenant's going to be still on the blue side, Kakao on the red, as we head into the draft of game 3 over here. Not sure if there's going to be that much changes in these bans. Revenants continue on with that Ornia ban. I expect a Nocturne ban to fall as well. A player has been changed, and Dead Corporal, the captain we were talking about, is back in action, Potato Monster, but instead of one of the other star players, Copy.
Yeah, so don't know what is going there, but Dead Corporal is back in game 3, and it's going to be Copy being subbed out. It's interesting, was Copy so far game 1, game 2 has been dominating Charan in the top lane. This time it's going to be Dead Corporal. Let's see that if he can replicate the same results, or maybe even take it up a notch. Honestly, anything could happen with this man.
And Dead Corporal was pretty much known as the top laner before. He's helping out in the jungle quite a bit for Kakao Gaming for quite some time. And Rakan hasn't been picked out throughout the series. So Revenants with that Xayah ban try to narrow down on Sam's pick and prevent the lovers combo. This Caitlyn's been banned pretty much every game. So Revenants with the Xayah has the only thing that they've pivoted away from. Ezreal's Kayn and Viego have been left untouched. And remember, his Viego was the thing that he got him the MVP yesterday as well. But no, Nocturne left open. Nocturne snatched up by Ezreal as we see what Kakao Gaming have in store for us.
Yes, Madness. I was wondering that what's with the pivot in the bans all of a sudden that they decide to ban Nocturne instead of Xayah instead of Nocturne, and the answer is they're choosing to pick it up themselves. It does seem to be a bit of an early Nocturne pick. It looks like DC is going to issue a challenge to Charan Reddy here, locking in the Renekton completely blind, being letting his teammates get themselves good matchups in other places, and that's already a pretty bold statement. The captain coming back in and immediately blind picks his lane champion seems to not care at all, and it's going to be a Lulu pick as a follow-up, as a response to the Nocturne. That's already making this first pick Nocturne a bit hard to digest, because now we have a Nocturne, and so far we see that there's a Renekton on the enemy team. You don't want to dive him. There's a Lulu on the enemy team. She's going to make it a lot harder for you to dive whomsoever you're choosing to dive in these team fights.
And the Lulu also opens up options for very good hyper carries as the ADCs in the hands of Sam. But Charan Reddy's Ornn that has been banned out pretty much throughout the entire series is allowed through. The Ornn gets picked up. Let's see what Revenants want to pick up for Aizen in the bot side. It's going to be the Kai'Sa getting picked up for himself. Let's see what they want to match it with. Maybe Nautilus actually at this point for the hard engage as well in the bot. Kakao Gaming can pick up their ADC over here. Let's see what they're choosing, because DC picking up Renekton as the first pick, that is a very bold statement. Like you're saying, he's come in with the business on his mind. He's come in with a thought process that he's going to take over this side. The Elise gets picked up for Vortex in the jungle. We've seen DC do phenomenal with this champion before. Now we're going to have the opportunity to see what Vortex can be pulling off on this.
On a side note, this could possibly be a role swap, Madness. I do know that Vortex does play a bit of Renekton, so it could be DC taking control of the Elise and Vortex heading over to the top lane. That might be the reason why they also blinded the Renekton to begin with. We don't know. We'll have to wait a bit to find that out, but we do see the Kai'Sa pick, which is as expected. Really good champion to follow up on the long range CC that the Ornn and the Nocturne provide. So they're going to have a really strong dive composition here, but my concern is that they're showing their cards very early into this drafting phase, Madness. We see the Victor ban, the Annie ban, the Nautilus, and the Blitz. They're just target bans, but I feel like they're maybe showing their cards too early. They're committing into this dive composition, which is going to let Kakao Gaming be like, oh, look, guys, they made drafting a dive comp. Let's just pick up a bunch of anti-dive champions.
That's exactly what they're looking to be doing. The Silas picked up a couple of ultimates. He doesn't mind killing the Ornn plus the Nocturne Paranoia that he can go in for the fights on the backside as well. The Rel getting hovered right now for Bob and getting locked in for him. Now we get to see what Unseen wants to pick up for his mid. Going to definitely be an AP champion for himself. We had seen him yesterday pilot the Corki out of all things, and he did have a kind of rough time on that, but let's see what he goes for. And there's going to be what is left, the ADC for Kakao. But like you said, there could be the role swap of Dead Corporal and Vortex coming in, but let's just go on. I think DC is way more comfortable with the top side as well. The Ziggs gets picked up. I think it's the first time we're going to see a Ziggs mid lane actually in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I do love playing Ziggs in the bot lane, but in the mid lane it's a bit sus. And the champion is a bit vulnerable in the mid lane to all of these assassin picks. And there we go, we have the Vayne pick coming here. And usually this champion is a very risky champion, but look at that team composition. Nocturne, HP stack, likes to build his HP. Might go for the lethality, but I doubt we're doing the 5v5 comp game. On again. Very tanky champion, real tanky champion, and you know what Vayne excels at? Killing these tanks that are just going to attempt to dive onto her. She can just ult and tumble away, avoid a lot of the focus. She's going to have that Lulu to buffer up, and I'm just loving this fifth pick from Kakao Gaming in the form of the Vayne, which seems to be such a great pick here. And for the first time, man, as I feel like the bot lane advantage has to go to Kakao Gaming over here.
Yeah, and what you were predicting, Potato, is exactly what happened. Dead Corporal has taken the lead. Vortex is piloting the rank and heading into the top side of this match. So basically, the Vortex are main for copy in the top. DC is going to remain as the jungler, as the captain over here coming in. So they're rolling out DC. Third came in, and without DC, even then, Revenants suffered quite a bit. So now with Dead Corporal back in line with this Elise that he's going to be trying to, snowball as much as possible. I think the Ziggs is going to be a primary target in the mid lane, very mobile, especially if the satchel is out, could be harmful for him. And I think even if Silas takes Rel's ultimate, sustains quite a bit. But I really like the Vayne pickup, like you're saying, as the fifth pick over there. We get to see some fancy movement coming in from him. The kiting is going to be, it's going to be even harder for the Nocturne to pretty much go into any single target.
Yeah, and let's see what DC is able to do this. He is their main jungler. He is usually the person jungling for Kakao. He's been a very, very big reason why Kakao has had such a dominant tournament run so far. Absolutely dropping no games, not even looking shaky at all in any of those games except the game one we had today. And again, DC was not part of that. So I really love the draft from Kakao. It feels like a very Kakao draft, so as to speak. We have these very strong champions, with like they all have a very high potential of individual outplay, and I think that's something Kakao really likes to gravitate towards. And at the same time, the matchups are also pretty great. Some concerns that I have is although the Ziggs does fit in very good with the Revenants draft, I feel like the fact that they decided to show their cards so early and be like, hey, we are going for a dive comp, guys. To just immediately pick up on Nocturne, Kaisa, and then it's just very obvious that you're going for the dive composition, right? So I think Kakao has given Kakao the ability to be like, hey, look, they're drafting a dive comp. That's all this can possibly be. The moment you see the Nocturne and the On and the Kaisa come in, so they immediately pick up the Silas. Can flip the On ultimate right back at him. He can also steal the Ziggs ultimate. He can steal the Rel ultimate. There's so many amazing ults for him to pick up, and all of those ultimates crucially are going to help them disengage, stop the dive attempt from Revenants, and their team comp is pretty much a dive comp. The only other avenue that they have is with the range advantage, the Zigzag. Maybe try to play more of a poke battle with Ziggs and Kaisa, but we'll have to see if that actually works out for them. It might be a bit rough, especially considering the laning phase for the Ziggs. I don't know, man. Ziggs is a champion that is very vulnerable in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tough time. And even if you wanted to do the Ziggs Kaiser poke, you have to wait for Kaiser to get the evolve for the W to even start doing for that much poke as well. And Ziggs is going to have a tough laning phase because Silas can just dodge a lot, chains connect, go in for the damage as well. So I honestly think Revenant's going to definitely have a rough game because, like you said, they showed their cards really early on into the draft about their dive going into this. And it's very hard to actually go dive onto any single member. Maybe if you signal out the least, you can still have the repel to dodge it out. DC is going to be looking to go aggro in these jungles, and maybe the point that you can maybe focus is Vortex is now the top side. Right now he's filling in for copy. Maybe Charnity has a better time for himself in the top side, but even then I don't think Vortex is going to be allowing him to have that much of a free time.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Madness. Copy has been subbed out. We are seeing Vortex in the top lane. As far as I know, that is not his most comfortable role. So this is Charan Reddy's time to kind of step up and, get himself a lead. But that also might be a bit hard for him because he is going up against DC's very well known in the community Elise. He's known to be probably the best Elise player we have. Maybe up there. Maybe I don't think Black Infinity likes to play this champion all that much. So DC is probably de facto the best Elise player in South Asia right now. So there's going to be a lot of early game pressure coming in from that pick, Madness. And we had very strong bot lane picks coming in from Revenants last two games, and that had been a very crucial component of them establishing early leads. Aizen and Bob were constantly finding themselves getting the push advantage in bot, getting kills in bot, transitioning that to priority, and that meant they were able to get really favorable positions around Dragon, around all of these objectives that spawned around bot side. But Kakao was obviously countering that with their top pressure, and they were successful in actually translating that pressure to other parts of the map, especially in game 2. Game 1 not so much. Game 1 kind of didn't go their way, but I fear that in this game 3, that's not going to be a condition for them, because the Kaisa and the Rel are probably going to really struggle against the Vayne Lulu, because they don't actually have the tools to effectively engage on them without the Nocturne's help. And the Nocturne is going to be looking to farm up to level 6. He doesn't want to be running into bot lane and like helping his bot lane actually start a fight. The Vayne and the Lulu with their Rail Engines could really bully them here, and I don't know what happens if they lose their bottom advantage, because then it's up to Churn Ready and Unseen Blade to kind of just pick up the pace there and maybe get prio in the top side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, guys, we're going to be taking a very short ad break before we head over the reins back to our lovely host, Anik.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Technical difficulties, but hi guys, welcome back to Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat, and this is game 3. It is match point for Kakao Gaming. They have Renekton and Lulu, Elise, Silas, and Vayne looking pretty strong for Kakao Gaming, and Nocturne, Ornn, Kaisa, Rill, Ziggs also interesting. So we'll be heading right into the game, going to the casters.
Blue side and Kakao Gaming on the red side over here. It looks like it's going to be more of the same in this game number 3, whereas Azian is trying to go for a ward on the Raptors, and a bunch of people just kind of fighting with Kaka. This seems to be the story every game. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it has been the story. I mean, I would say the second game was quite one-sided, but the first one was quite one-sided as well for the side of Revenants till they threw. So that has been the story as W actually goes in on Nazayan once again. He is taking some damage right there. We expect both of these guys to just recall and come back. As Zion recalling in a very peculiar spot right there, gets caught. That's going to be the flash coming in, and yeah, I'm not sure about that recall, as Zion.
Yeah, meanwhile, it looks like some trouble in the bot lane as Love2 gets caught on his way to the bot lane. In the Tri-Brush, has to blow his flash, is going to drop to half HP, but he has 2 HP pots to maybe chug up, and Aizen and Sam are going to be really happy with that little trade they got there, but looks like they're going to go for another all in. Aizen dropping low, exhaust has to be blown.
Aizen doesn't have flash.
On Love2, and Love2 no flash, immediately gets taken down. So interesting response by Kakao Gaming. I feel
not
like
sure if that's a response,
yeah. I feel like that play was born out of anger. How dare you blow my flash?
It 100% was, and now DC invading but loses the smite battle. Actually did not have the smite available at all, and Azion still walking up, not sure about that. The flash is going to come in from DC, and Azion ends up dying. I am not really sure. That's a beautiful prediction by Aizen, by the way, on the killer instinct to get the second kill of the lane. So bot side seems to be doing quite well for the side of Revenants. It's the top side of the map, and especially Nocturne right there on Azion just dies, while recalling in a very bad spot, and then walks up to his wolves. I think could have just given that away for a bit, and then maybe visited it back and just gotten the bot side of the map. Does not choose to do so, and he loses his life yet again. So 2 for 2 in terms of kills. But if you are the bot lane of Kakao, I think you are very worried already.
Yeah, this is a matchup that you're supposed to win. You have the Vayne, you have the Lulu. All you need to do is maybe wait a little, get push, and play a really disciplined game. Instant, they are just running into the enemy bot lane. The Kaisa is like I think the level 1 is the one point where she's most she has more strength than Vayne in an all-in with her passive and the cube both kicking in, whereas Vayne has just got a passive that gives her movement speed and cube with some extra damage. So a bit premature of them to try to go for these extended fights so early on, despite having the advantage of the matchups, and they might have just thrown that because Aizen is already 2-0 in this lane. He's come back to lane with a Retrix, and they have an amazing wave position here. Although their jungler is pathing away from them, DC is looking to gank this bot lane, maybe flip the script over here. Love to stun is going to connect. Repel up. He's jumping onto the rel. HP bars are dropping low. Silver Bolt proc is going to take down Bob, and that's going to be feats of warfare for the side of Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, feats of warfare secured right there. Again, good pathing by that corporal to punish this bot lane from Revenants, and Aizen might get dove as well. Does not really have any support coming in. Does have the barrier, so let's see if he can outplay that somehow, but never mind. That's going to be pretty clean. But Sam might end up dying actually, so that's going to be an execute. And in the top side, Charan looking for the 1v1 kill. I think he's going to be able to secure that one. Never mind, unlucky for him. But in the bot side, Vayne gets 2 kills and then gets executed. So somehow Sam has gotten back into this game, honestly, as Charan just ease away, but ends up dying 1v1 to Vortex, just underestimating the damage of the Renekton in the 1v1.
Yeah, and that's just a huge mistake coming out by Revenants. I feel they had the edge in that bot lane. Your Kaisa is 2-0. You're in such a great position. You have a frozen wave, but your jungler is pathing away from you. You know that DC is going to be heading over to the bot side. He's already done clearing the top side. It was very risky of them to go for that play there. I don't know what. Maybe they were feeling desperate. Maybe they felt like they had to get a lead there, but choosing to go for a fight from the enemy jungler, especially an Elise, a really strong early game jungler, is on your bot side. That is something. And the results speak for themselves, I suppose. They completely throw their lead. Sam is now perfectly fine. He does have 2 deaths, but one of them is an execution, so no gold actually obtained from that. Unseen Blade here in the mid lane. This does seem to be poking the Silas a bit, but not really making much of a headway. Kaka, I want to know your thoughts on the Ziggs mid pick. Mostly we see Ziggs as more of a meta bot laner right now instead of a mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, we did discuss it, and it's a champion that he really wants to try out and see how it is. So even if it is a bad matchup, just wanting to play Ziggs is good enough reason to play it, I guess. So that's the thought process behind it. Again, as you say, it is quite strong in the bot lane. I think it's quite strong in the mid lane as well, especially after the buffs. But hold on to that thought, as Charan is the one who's getting dove. The flash actually comes in. He did buy a lot of time, did burn his ultimate as well, but yet again, it's DC on the Elise who comes in for the dive. The Renekton Elise, I think it is well known to do that. And Charan will go down once again, but not without an answer, at least from the side of Revenants, who will get the first dragon of the game for themselves.
Yeah, they do seem to be picking up the dragon here a bit at the cost of another lane matchup being completely flipped, Kaka. And we were talking about how this is Charan Reddy's chance to maybe step up, establish himself in lane with Copy heading out and Vortex coming into the top lane. Not a lane that he's super proficient in, but it seems like that's not going to be the case. The top lane lead is now strongly in the hands of Vortex. He has a kill. He has a 20 CS advantage. The bot lane lead they had is completely vaporized. That dragon that they have is not going to do too much. It's a bit of sustain against the Vayne Lulu, which is definitely appreciated. The Silas is definitely going to would have appreciated that Ocean Drake playing against the Ziggs, but it seems that with DC back on board, this roster of Kakao Gaming is looking like a completely different beast.
Yeah, 100%. And he is the one who dictates the early game for them, right? As now it looks like Unseen Blade might end up going down. Still somehow is surviving. But there you go. The Q comes in from Dead Corporal, who goes on the killing spree right now. And yeah, as you said, DC comes in. It makes a lot of difference. They take out, bring out the early game comp for themselves as well. And he's the one who's dictating everything. Aizen is now going to get caught again. just strolling around without vision, and that's going to be another 2 kills. So expect a very short game in this one, as we can already see 502 on this Elise. And yeah, when your best player comes in and performs like that, I think it makes it very easy for the others to just follow along.
Yeah, and meanwhile, they're going to look to maybe counter that with a gank attempt on this mid lane. W is dropping low, mana bar is quite low. He is going to get taken down by the Unsealed Blade. Love to is here, is going to hope to survive, buying time for Dead Corporal to step in, is going to come in and one shot the Rel. Nocturne is going to attempt to get a return kill along with the Unseen Blade on that Ziggs route. Fear is not going to connect as Dead Corporal flashes out of it to safety. So a bit of a response from Revenants, I would say, but not really a meaningful one. That is 2 kills for Unseen Blade, but hold your horses. Dead Corporal might be trying something spicy over here. Is to drop super low. Vortex is here to cover for him, though. The Spiderling is going to chase down the Ziggs, who is being stunned up by the Crocodile, and Vortex RH is going to take down the Unseen Blade, and he's finding himself 2-0 right now.
Yeah, and Azan just takes the last remaining grub in vision as well. That Corporal now going to secure the red buff of the enemy. So he is having, again, a fantastic game on the Elise and Vortex as well on the Renekton now. I really like Vortex as a player. He plays bot lane, he plays jungle, he also plays the top lane, and he is standing with the best of them and, solo killing them. So that is just a perfect player for me. And he's doing a fantastic job. But wait, Sharan, with the bellow breath auto attack and the grass proc is just going to burn that Elise down. Vortex, we were singing his praises, he's going to go down as well. And that is the other side of Kakao gaming that we more often see, especially against SATUL, right? They get the lead and this happens, and look at the goal lead now. It's 2,000. It was around 4,000 just before this fight as another TP comes in. But a few more mistakes like these in the early game with the early game champions and anything can happen.
Yeah, they do have a bit of an insurance with the Vayne and the Lulu sitting there, but looks like the Vayne might be looking for a ticket to her spawn, but seems like not enough damage is connecting. Silver Bolts is going to add more damage on the ultimate is coming in. Meanwhile, Dead Corporal looking for a kill on Ezian in the bot side. Revenge for what happened earlier. Stun from bot is going to land. They are going to run under turret. Do they look for the dive? W is looping around chain. He steals the Nocturnal, goes in for the kill, is able to get it. Stun is going to connect onto the rail. Tower
Oh,
shots
they
are
are
taken.
overdiving this.
Aizen is here for the cleanup. He gets the kill onto Dead Corporal. Can he get another? Yes, he does, but not before Bob is also taken down by by W on that Silas.
Yeah, and I would still say that's net advantage for the side of Revenants, right? The Kaisa comes in, secures the double kill for herself. Yet again, the Elise ends up dying, so it's going to stop her on her tracks as well. I mean, you look at the farm numbers, not even 50 CS for the Elise right now. Sure, does not really need a lot of CS as long as you can keep ganking and getting those kills. But when you get killed and lose those Dark Seal stacks rather, and lose the level as well, I think it can become a problem. Now Love to having to burn his flash after the paranoia was put out from the side of Azan. We still see the fight continuing right there. W uses the E2 but misses out narrowly, but that is going to be the flash blown from the side of Love to, and now he has to be careful in the coming team fights to not overextend. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Aizen
and now
gets
the
caught yet again.
Yeah, the dragon fight is going to connect. DC is going to try and clean up Aizen, but is going to fail in that attempt. That means that this dragon might go over to the side of Revenants. Rel is going in on the Silas, but they're choosing to back off now, realizing that they probably don't have enough resources to maybe contest this. Aizen does have to uh, take a recall because he was too low on HP. Unseen Blade is back on the map with that teleport of his. Bob is sitting in the brush here, so they might be still looking to go for this contest over here. Nocturne is heading over to the bot side, maybe going to try and look for a gank over here onto Sam, who has not recalled. The wave state is bad for him, is going to pop the
Doesn't have the
ultimate, look
flash.
to outplay Ezian. Lots of damage coming in. Rel ult is going to lock him up for the kill, but W comes in with the ult steal, is able to take down Aizen. The Crocodile is going ham here. So much damage as the Crocodile and the Mage combo is going to take out two members from the side of Revenants. And what
Well, Three
is going to
members in
find
that
himself.
case.
Three members in that's right, my bad. Vortex is going to get locked up here by the on though. Satchel
Oh,
charge is actually going to knock him outside of the path of the ram, but it doesn't matter. He dashes back onto the minefield for another kill for Unseen Blade. He is doing fairly well here, 3-2. But meanwhile, DC, you sneaky spider, he has taken down the dragon for himself. And a
oh,
flash over
wait,
the wall
Sharan?
by Charan Reddy with a knocker, but Dead Corporal is like problem, bro, as he just rappels into the air and just leaves. So interesting flash by Charan. Maybe thought that there was an angle there, but DC just he was on the release. He just repels and leaves. They are going to be able to secure the blue buff for themselves, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit over aggressive by Charan right there, flashing in, presses the E to knock up the Elise, who is able to walk away from that gang. But this is going to be the turret picked up now. Does look like the first turret as well. Yes, by the side of Revenants, who are still in this game after a disastrous start, by the way. I mean, you look at the goal numbers, it's only a 300 goal lead for the early game comp in 14 minutes. So regardless of how it may have started, gaming, they are still not in the lead that they would hope for in this early game. And props to Revenants, they have done quite well to stay in this game. The Unseen Blade, of course, is scaling on the Ziggs. Will outscale the Silas eventually, has a lot of damage and wave clear for himself. Aizen is going to survive. Great ultimate from him, but never mind, he's gonna die regardless. Just stepped up a bit too far and gets caught by the three-man squad of Kakao Gaming, and now Dead Corporal shoving in the on from the other side to secure this blue buff. You can already see Azine is not on this side of the map, so he's not looking to contest anything. Bit of chunk damage from Sam, not going to change anything as the Rift Herald now gets started. And I'm expecting another fight to come in right here.
Yeah, this game seems to have devolved into one of your
A Kakao
3
gaming
a.m.
game.
solo queue games where just everyone is fighting for everything.
Oh, watch
The
out.
Rift Hell is going to go down to the Silas team fight, is breaking out. Ezin is dropping low, gets popped by the Elise. Love to also dropping low. Unseen
Oh,
Blade is.
Ziggs.
He is on cooldown though. He's used everything. Will the bomb connect? No, it's going to miss. Ghost has been popped by Sam, so he's going to be able to run away. So, Kakao Gaming, get away with the Herald and get away with 2 kills. I'm sorry, that's 3
Yeah,
kills, but
3
Unseen Blade
kills.
really looking for more over here. Has to flash over the wall. Sam follows with his own flash. There
Oh,
should be a
Sam.
cleanup by him. That's the 4th kill for Kakao Gaming. Dead Corporal, on the other hand, does find a Kaisar retreating to the other side of the map. And as a consolation, they do get the kill on the Elise, but no shutdown on that Elise at this point means that they don't really get a lot. Meanwhile, Vortex is just happily smacking the bot tower. Bob is going to try to stop him. Not too much effect. So that again another big goal swing for Kakao. We're talking about how they had neutralized the goal lead, and boom, here we go, 4,000 goal lead again.
Yeah, somehow in a span of 2 minutes, it has just exploded to a 2,000 goal lead, as you said. The kills went over to the Vayne, to the Elise as well. And I'm just thinking, if the Ziggs has his ultimate there, I think it could have been another story, a different story for the side of Revenants. But for now, they do find themselves quite behind. Again, just 2 minutes. We were talking about it at 14 minutes now. Losing the bot turret, the Renekton has 2 items. The Elise is looking towards the Lich Bane pretty soon as well. The Silas is quite behind when it comes to CS, but so is the Zig, so I don't think it's going to matter too much. And it all comes down to these team fights that we seem to be getting almost a minute at this game.
Yeah, and speaking of team fights, we might have another on our hands as the Rift Heller is popped in the mid lane, but never mind, nobody actually goes. I think the mid lane tower does, unfortunately, for Kakao Gaming survive at a sliver of HP, but they can pick that up later. It's not much of an issue. But yeah, so much fighting all over the map. It feels like Revenants is just being swallowed up by the pace of Kakao, and they had a response for a bit, but Unseen Blade might get caught here. Stun is going
Oh,
to
yeah.
stop the teleport. He is in trouble. Nocturne ult is going to try to save him, but it's really not going to be enough, especially when the crocodile is already right on top of his face. So that's another ultimate that they used in hopes of trying to save him, and now the pressure is on this mid tower with the Ziggs dead.
Yeah, I think that's
King
just
of
poor
Pressure
pathing
looks
coming
like
in.
Bob is going to look for an engage
Sam?
onto Sam. He is dropping quite low, surviving, barely surviving, but is taken down by Aizen with the kill. Instinct on ult is going to connect onto multiple members. W is going to be taken down by Bob. Aizen putting now huge damage. Love 2 is stepping forward. Dead Corporal is looking for the dive onto Aizen. He is going to successfully get it. Bob is going to be the follow-up casualty of that, and Charan Reddy is now running with his tail tucked between his legs as Kakao Gaming win yet another team fight. For a second there, it looked like Aizen might be able to clean up, but Dead
Yeah.
Corporal just jumps in and is like, "Nope. Do you like my Storm Surge?"
Yeah, I mean, that looked like he could be cleaning up. And it was a 4v5 as well, mind you, and it was pretty close. Sam again gets caught very early on, ends up dying. The Lulu ultimate is burned. The ultimate from Kaisa to go to the backline. That's what the comp is supposed to do as well. Turns out pretty well. And I'm just thinking if the Ziggs is here, it could yet another, be other story. But how fed Dead Corporal and Vortex are. I mean, these guys are just not dying and they're diving the backline right there. And even Aizen, who is so fed, is not able to do too much damage to the front line at this point. And yeah, Zion not having the best game on the Nocturne as well so far.
Yeah, that poor start for him, and we have seen this from Ezian before. If his early clears are disrupted, and we've mostly seen this against Kakao Gaming, if his early clears are disrupted, he seems to kind of fall into a rut where he doesn't really have the kind of impact we usually see from him. He seems to really struggle with that, and we're seeing a repeat of that in this game. The Nocturne, honestly, this game has not really had much of an impact. We saw the one Nocturne ult at mid lane. We saw him once try to use it to save the Ziggs. Probably was better used for something else. But as I say that, Vortex is going to end up face checking a bush with a fed Kaisa, and that means he's going to be sent to base. And the fanatic brush tactic seems to have worked once again as Vortex, as he does a repeat of what happened in game one. But the rest of the team is here, and they look like they are not ready to give this Atakan up just yet. Never mind that, it looks like they are going to take up positions. I'm not sure if they're going to try to contest this on ults are going to come in by the Silas and the on respectively. The Atakan is dropping
Oh
low.
no.
Dead Corporal is diving in, is going to rappel up, take the Atakan. That's Asian going down, multiple members dropping low. Silas finding the engage. Aizen is dropping low. Exhaust is on him. Bob is dropping low as well. Unseen Blade with the satchel charge over the wall right into the arms of the Spider Queen. Finds himself looking at the grey screen as well. And Kakao Gaming coming in with a clean ace 4 versus 5.
Yeah, and let's look at that fight again. A lot of trains came in and went by right there. The satchel was not enough to disrupt W from casting his own spell. Uh, Dead Corporal is there. Flash Q Smite cannot miss it. He secures the Artican, and after that, just clean up for the side of Kakao, giving the exhaust pretty flawless onto Aizen, who could not finish up his targets. As you said, they will secure the 4v5 ace right there, and that should blow this game wide open for the side of Kakao Gaming. And I think this already looks like the beginning of the end for the side of Revenants, who have now fallen so far behind. Not even 2 items completed on most members, except for the Kaisa. And you look at the CS numbers, this looks like a Kakao Gaming typical game where they, fight as much as they want to. The CS numbers are really a non-factor, and it's a bloodbath every time they play like this.
Yeah, and the bloodbath is so far going in their favor. Revenants is really struggling. They really need this win if they want to be in the series. But it looks like Charan Reddy is going to get caught out in one shot. Tank, what does that mean? Bob is going to be the second person to be found by the Elise, as Unseen Blade is going to have to flash over a wall to safety to save his life. And just more of the same from there, from Kakao Gaming and Dead Corporal, as wherever the spider goes, it seems like death follows. Never
And
mind. Looks like W
W,
has been caught by Ezian's third ultimate in this fight. They are going to be able to take him down. So finally, the Nocturne ultimate doing something is good to see. But it looks like Dead Corporal is here, is going to look for the cocoon. It is going to be blocked by the minion. Love to is just casually walking around on top of wards. He doesn't care. Uh, his team is too fed. If you blow a bunch of cooldowns, they probably win anyway. So he's having a great time running around on that Lulu over here. Unseen Blade and Bob looking to maybe catch a couple of recalling members. Do find Sam on the way, and I don't know if it's feasible for them to kind of go for this chase, but looks like they're just grasping at straws right now, Kaka.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, W does end up going down. Still has the ultimate up, so he can join this team fight. And you look at the gold lead now, almost 10,000 for the side of Kakao, who are looking very strong at this point. 3 items completed for the Ellie, so anyone she touches is just going to die. The Spiderling comes in as and uses his spell shield to block that one away. They do have the control of this banana brush, but I'm not sure they can start a team fight at this point right here. Although W is walking in the shadows right there, misses the E onto the wall. So see that on ultimate comes in. The polymorph is great. The paranoia is still up for Azayan, who's not using it. 3-man knockup from the Lulu ultimate. The team fight could go anywhere. The unseen blade into the backline somehow, not going to find anyone. And there you go, a 4 for nothing, just like that. Blinking HP bars onto the side of Kakao Gaming, but it's not enough. And Revenants yet again going to lose the team fight. 12,000 gold behind. The dragon is still up, but they are choosing not to take it, just pushing out the side lanes for now. And this is definitely going to end in the next 5-6 minutes, should Kakao Gaming decide to do so.
Yeah, it just seems like at this time Kakao Gaming has a lot of options and almost none of them are bad. Short of diving, maybe the Nexus turrets that could probably still work out. Maybe they can't dive the Fountain turret at this point, Kaka, because that's the kind of goal lead they have right now. 54k to 41. Really, really far ahead there. Ali sitting on 12 kills, 3 completed items, 10 stacks on that Dark Seal. Even the Ornn is not safe from this Elise right now. He doesn't have much MR. He has a bunch of HP, but it's not enough. And like, it's really hard for Revenants to play these team fights, and it seems impossible. They have this dive composition, but if you dive in, you just immediately die, and they just completely stuck in a situation where they can't look for any fights, but they are looking at a game 3 and they're already down 2 games. So if they lose this third game, it is all over. And it looks like another team fight is going to break out as Azian opens with the paranoia, but multiple members dropping low. The on ram is going to connect into the backline. Multiple members are dropping down, but Aizen is going to be taken down. A double kill for Sam as he is also able to clean up the unseen blade, and it looks like it's going to be another ace as Kakao Gaming march down the mid lane for the end.
Yeah, and I think this is the end of the game. And you can look at the number of kills that Kakao Gaming has in this game. I mean, 41 in 26 minutes is sort of unheard of. But yeah, that's going to be it. And Kakao Gaming will be the champions after a flawless tournament, not dropping a single game in this one, as they take the final nexus of the tournament and become champions.
Yeah, Kakao Gaming definitely showing us that they are one of the most powerful teams in this region, and we saw this in the last tournament in Legends Ascend, and we're seeing this yet again. The huge gap between second place and third place, where they're just unable to take games away from the second place team, and repeat of the same. Kakao Gaming not even bringing in their main roster for this. Game 3, no copy. Game 1 and 2, no dead corporal, and yet your champions are going to be Kakao Gaming in a 3-0 victory.
Yeah, and that just shows the gulf between the teams that we have currently, right? Last tournament, SATUL wins 3-0 against Kakao. This tournament, Kakao wins 3-0 against Revenants. So the first 3 teams from the region are, just there's a lot of skill gap. But having said that, in this one, at least Kakao Gaming going to win the tournament completely, running the bracket on their own, getting all the victories for themselves, not losing a single game again. That is super impressive from them. And the closest that we saw them was today to lose a game, and it did not happen, right? So we will await the next time these guys can face SATUL and hopefully give us a really good game, because now they should have the confidence of the champions as well.
Yeah, and That is what we are looking for, more competition for SATL. They have been dominating pretty much every tournament so far. This time they were not around because of scheduling issues, but there's a good chance you see them again next time. And the way things are shaking up, it seems like we are again heading towards maybe another finals between Kakao and SATL in the next tournament. But this tournament, Revenants, pretty interesting run by them this time. They did drop down to the lower brackets earlier, looking a bit shaky, dropping games to OGs, and now culminating in the finals, they do end up getting taken down 0-3, even though Dead Corporal wasn't present for two of the games. But with that, we are going to go into a short ad break before we look at the stats from this game.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Guys, oh my god, that's a wrap. The League of Legends Grand Finals, Lenovo and Intel presents India's top gamer Mythpat. Oh my god, Kakao Gaming just showed no mercy and they did not drop any game. And without further ado, let's look into the stats of this game, because what is going on? I will be calling Madness alongside with me to analyze the games to see what is going on. Madness, walk me through. That was crazy. Your predictions were right. Mike.
Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, whoever knows both these teams pretty much was assuming this would be the outcome. I was really surprised, and for a good part of it, by what Revenants did in game one of this series, honestly, because right now we're at the end. Let's just take a look at how the entire series went for them, because I think Revenants' first game is where they were the closest. They could have actually got that game away from them, and 2 out of the 3 games here, Dead Corporal was not available. Dead Corporal comes third game, and it's a complete stomp for the side of Kakao Gaming. DC on that Elise just went completely insane. I don't think you could have asked for a better performance. And this is the reason why Potato so rightfully so was calling him the best Elise in South Asia. He just put on a masterclass. I think what is it okay is the right top side. And without SATL in a competition, I think Kakao Gaming are definitely going to be your favorites in one of them.
Definitely. They were there for their teammates. They knew who to focus. And if we see the match highlights, we will get to know that they showed no mercy this game. Like, look at the kill stats. 18 kills for Revenants, and they ended with 41 kills for Kakao Gaming. Like, the first blood, oh man.
Yeah, I don't know what you were doing there as Nocturne. You had to be a bit more careful. Even bot side, Eisen and Bob were putting on pressure here. A nice engage by Bob with the level 1 itself that he's going in. And Sam and love to just not respecting the damage. Even now, there's a Hextech flash available, right? He's just going to go in. He actually is just a normal flash. He just goes in, gets the kill. It was an early bloodshed. Like, this is the fastest amount of kills we've had at the earlier point of this game, right? And then over here, Churn really doesn't have mana, is not respecting that Vortex and go quite so in on him. Had the rage, but didn't even need it, honestly, with the cube finish. And that's basically the substitute top player coming in. And then Churn really just keeps on getting abused. Dead Corporal sees an opportunity to gank, goes for it, a good repair at a good timing, gets him out of there, no problem whatsoever. Very successful dive. Sam and Love 2 were struggling quite a bit in the bot side of the area. Kakao was predicting that maybe there would be problems, right, with you going in earlier on without the Nocturne, but that didn't seem. And DC just made this jungle his own. SJN unfortunately was gapped a bit hard over here. It was a bit tough time. Like, just again, time and time. This is what I was thinking when DC was in this champ. So like when he locked in there, so we saw that he's playing it. He's just gonna be snowballing out of proportion. By the 8th minute, he's already 3-0 and 2. The Dark Seal has been built up. He has the stacks, and they're just camping pretty much their jungle. He's just given up his own. He's just bullying SJN at this part. He's just gonna keep on going in, right? Gets 2 more kills here to his name, goes in for it right now. As he just cannot survive. Even if he's now flashed is going on that. He's already 0-3 by this point. W kind of oversteps over here. Unseen Blade with the ultimate just about juked out, but W's coming back, gets the heal in. It's just not enough. And this is when we talk about the Ziggs in this comp, right? You have Poke, but it's just the Ziggs at this point. Like, he's going to look strong right now. He goes the E, but here comes Dead Corporal, right? He just assassinates Rel. Nocturne comes in, but that's the repel just going to come in for you. The fear is there, the flash is there from DC. He gets out from it. Over this side, Vortex, nice flash engage onto Unseen Blade, gets a good amount of pressure onto him, gets the kill. You can already see by this point, Kakao was already 4k up, right? Jungle objectives were a bit here and there, but all in all, I just think they were struggling. It was on the bot side, pretty much, for Revenants was the only, plus point I would say for them. Like, that is where, if Elise was going bot side to try the evade, that's when they were getting stopped.
Definitely, definitely. I feel like Elise was a complete menace, and Kakao Gaming just loves, especially when it's their match point, they just love playing around with their opponent. And Revenant just straight up got bullied this game. I feel like they lost their morals, and they had the pressure on because it was a do or die for them, and it was match point for Kakao Gaming. But like, speaking of Vortex, man, he played really well this game as well. I felt like he's like an all-round champion from what I've heard.
He's an all-round player. He's mostly an ADC and jungler, but
Mhm.
I think this is one of the champions very comfortable in the top side. Just look at the amount of pressure he's going to put in with the dominance. The slice and dice just going through the crew of Revenants. Bob was just trying to run away, but that's what I'm talking about. Eisen had a pretty good lead. He was 7-3-1, and Sam was pretty far behind. But if you can't come off it, if you're just going to get locked down in the fight, if you don't have the damage to deal with Vortex and a bunch of them, it takes two members pretty much to face him solo just to get the kill. Unseen Blade was also stacking up, but look at this. Eisen is just left by himself. He's the guy with the majority damage. There's no protection from him. Bob is far away. Eisen doesn't recognize the threat. Herald goes over to Kakao Gaming. Bob is trying to fight for it. Here comes, the Ornhorn, but how much can you do? It could look to get stolen, but no, it's W that actually ends up picking that up for his team, right? The damage coming in, Sam's left untouched. That's more important to talk about here. That's what I talk about, the vein into so much tanky members. Sam is, if he's allowed to free hit, he's just going to melt through this back line of the front line of Revenants. And Unseen Blade, what can you do against this spider? You can flash away, but Sam's going to match that up. Follows through, gets a tumble in, gets another kill. Eisen's looking to catch up to DC, has to flash actually for that kill. But I think it was just always about Revenants trying to catch up to the lead that Kakao had built for them. And this Nocturne pick from Ezreal unfortunately could not work out because he was suffocated so much in the earlier game stage.
Definitely, definitely. It's like I felt like Revenant, like Eisen was the only one who had leads in kills. Maybe he was trying, but unfortunately, his team was just their team composition was just not enough this game. Like, look at this team fight. Rel tried her best, but Elise just gets Nocturne, and then Kaisa's gone. Rel is gone. Orn somehow probably makes it back.
Yeah, he does get out, but already by this point, it's 25 kills for Kakao into the 15 of Revenants.
Mm-hmm.
Huge goal lead as well. And what can you do? Vortex is just to kill Vortex, you have to call pretty much everybody over there, right? Atakan might just go in their favor, but that's a stolen Ornhorn that's going to come at a very good time if Dead Corporal looks to go for the steal right over, and he does get it for his team, right? That's where the stolen island Silas comes. That's where the priority pick of the Silas comes in, and there's just a cleanup crew basically for Kakao Gaming at the end of the day. Unseen Blade can do damage. He gets one with the satchel on the way out, but that's an ace still for Kakao Gaming. And you have 30 kills for them by 22 minutes. I think this is the most dominant we've seen Kakao in this grand finals, and there's a reason why if DC comes back into the roster, Revenants do not stand a chance.
Definitely, definitely. And we've been like seeing not Orn, Nocturne being banned each and every game in the upper bracket, lower bracket, and in the grand finals. But this one time they did have the opportunity to play Nocturne, but it just did not work out well for Revenant. And then they have the Silas pick, and it is just not in their favor.
It is not even this fight. Bob gets a nice ultimate, but they can't do much with it. And now they're straggling members. You can't even face the front line of Vortex. He buys so much time. He's such a huge meat shield with the amount of damage. The bruiser build basically there in the front part of it, right? So you can't deal much. He already has a Skage that gets popped over there, so he's gonna survive for quite some time. They just run it in towards the end. Like Kakao was saying, 42 kills by the end of it. It is huge in 26 minutes. The fastest game of today. And the highest kill count that we have seen from Kakao Gaming.
Definitely, definitely. We see 42 kills by Kakao Gaming and 18 kills by Revenant. 43k gold for Revenant, 59 for Kakao Gaming. One tower only secured by Revenant, whereas the Kakao was able to secure 11. So far, 3 dragons taken, 1 by Revenant, Kakao, 2 no Elder Drags and whatsoever. Rift Herald secured by Kakao Gaming, Void Grab secured also by Kakao Gaming, and Atakan stolen by them. Oh man, what a match. This, as you mentioned, this was probably the quickest game. It was the last game that we saw. And like, we definitely know who might be the MVP of this game because I'm guessing it is gonna be Elise, Dead Corporal. And there we have it, our man, Dead Corporal. 13 kills, 4 deaths, 11 assists, and then 1k damage, 6 CS per minutes, and 13k gold accumulated. My. Madness. Any comments on this?
I pretty much assumed this when we saw DC just locking the lease that he's just going to be doing this. I think he won't make quick work of it for the one game that he came for. He did his job. He suffocated Asian so much in the early part, just living in his jungle, not letting him do anything right now. And I think there's a reason why if Dead Warrior comes in, you're not standing a chance as Revenants. The closest you had was in those first 2 games, especially that first game where it looked like Revenants could run away with at least one game in this series. But unfortunately for them, Kakao Gaming take it 3-0 fashion over here and show why they are definitely the second best team in our region.
Definitely. Like, this was an incredible series, and we just witnessed the showcase of the best talents in South Asia that has to offer. And we will be hearing from them very soon. We will be having the interview with the top teams and hearing their feedbacks on what they have in store. And I cannot wait to see them in future games and what they have in store. And yeah, anything to add, Madness, to that?
I think Revenants have improved quite a bit draft wise. It's a bit of their macro calling towards the later stage, especially that first Baron in game 1 that determines a lot. Like, you can improve the draft, you can give them championship players that maybe because they're just not comfortable, they can't pull it off to the finest way with the mechanics, and that comes to prove out over here. And it is maybe a bit of a gap still between this team. Like we've said before, there's a gap between SATL and Kakao, there's a gap between Kakao and Revenants. So even the gap between the top 3 teams that are maybe tiers above the rest of the competition in South Asia, there is still a lot of difference that they have to make up if they want to still be head to head with what SATL Esports is right now. And Kakao Gaming are firmly looking like that because except for SATL Esports, they don't drop games to pretty much anybody, and they're just proving that point time and time again.
Definitely, definitely. And like, since this was a fearless draft, I felt like both the teams, all the teams throughout this whole tournament got a chance to be very creative with their drafts. And maybe they will be learning from their mistakes and overcome them next time. And it was an interesting matchup to see how Revenant and Kakao Gaming played throughout this match. Even the upper brackets and the lower brackets finals were very interesting to see how OG Esports also played their games. So yeah, both the teams, all the teams were really fired up, but like Kakao Gaming just one step ahead was able to hold on to their momentum, secure that position, and got that first place that they well deserved.
And I think some of the laning has to improve. The bot side seem okay with Eisman mechanics wise, but later on he's getting caught out, even though he has a good CS lead and good kill lead for himself. Sam was struggling quite a bit, but the win doesn't matter. He's going to scale quite well late game. If he doesn't get poked around, or if he has the peel for him, you can't do much. Like we're talking about just in the draft phase for Kakao Gaming, they seemed very strong coming into it. So I think Revenants have improved draft. Like I said before, they've had a roller coaster of a competition coming because they dropped in the upper bracket semifinals 2 old gods, faced them again in the lower bracket finals to actually beat them out and secure them spot 2 over here and secure the 30 grand that they have got for them, because that is what has gone for them. They got 30 grand. Your top dog teams, Kakao Gaming, got 50 for themselves, and old gods who finished third yesterday got that 20 for them.
Definitely, definitely. And like, Revenant did try their best. They were ahead in the games earlier on. They were like the first 2 games, they completely had all the objectives in their hands. But if they work on a little bit more, maybe they will be able to figure out what they should do, who to prioritize during the team fight, who to focus on, and in order to save their teammates, maybe work around their champions a bit more to see how they can sustain themselves and not fall off later on in the game. But man, throughout this whole tournament, Kakao Gaming played like it's a team game 5v5, and Kakao Gaming showed us what it takes to be a team. My God.
Yeah, you could say it's a 5v5, but it's technically a 6-man roster from Kakao. That Vortex is their substitute, and he did do his job when he had to fill in. Even yesterday or day before in that final, I think upper bracket finals, he filled in for Sam, and the ADC did pretty well for himself. Even today, I think only his Zinja was a bit shaky. His Trundles what got him the MVP. So good props to the man from Bangladesh, so that he did play his way out, and then he even filled in as a top laner in Game 3 when DC took over the jungle. So I think, yeah, he's very well rounded as a player. He's going to be happy with his performance, and that's what makes a good team. Like if your substitute is also up to the mark, that will make you as well rounded as well as it could go for you.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Guys, we will be coming with the runner-up interviews right after this ad break.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Guys, welcome back to Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat, and we have the runner-ups interview right now, and with the interviewer, for the interviewer, we have Kaka and Potato.
Hello, guys. This is Potato Monster and Kakao, and we are going to be interviewing Revenants here. So, very spicy. Ex-Revenants
Yeah.
ADC and current Revenants coach is going to be interviewing the Revenants mid laner. So, this should
Yeah,
be fun, Kaka.
Yeah, yeah, we will be getting the mid laner from the side of Revenants, the Unseen Blade, and yeah, it is quite awkward, if I must say so myself, looking at your face, Potato. Do ask a few questions, maybe some controversials, maybe not. We'll have to see what comes out. But hey, let's give them their props, right? Of course, it was a heavy loss in the finals, but they did come back after losing in the winners bracket, getting their revenge against OG. So there's a lot that we can unpack. Let's get the Unseen Blade on the screen as well, and just ask what's up, Unseen. So let's just start with how this tournament has been so far. Of course, heavy loss in the finals, but except for that, what do you think? Of the experience that you have gotten individually and as a team.
All right. First of all, it's good to see you guys here, and and you're right. It's been a huge roller coaster of emotions, and when we lost to I think Old Gods, it was pretty devastating because we were all ahead at a certain point, and we knew we had some issues because technically speaking, some of us have been playing together, and I think we did some new additions and a lot of roster changes. So we were figuring out what is gonna fit on us, who's gonna fit in. And in terms of the way we changed up, I think Kakao came in and he made some good changes, and then we just steamrolled them on the next series. And even the last series, I was very happy the way we played. We had 2 days of flex maybe, and even that day we didn't all show up. So I'm incredibly happy the way we achieved things.
Yeah, it was definitely quite a series. What are your thoughts on the fact that you saw that Dead Corporal was actually missing from Game 1 and Game 2, and how did that affect your planning and decision making going into those games?
It didn't really matter much, to be honest. It's at the end of the day, it all comes up to how we are going to perform, right? So I think regardless of what they're going to do, I think it's more on us So if we played better, I think it doesn't matter who's on the other team. So yeah,
I mean, I can answer that question as well, honestly. We did want that Corporal to play the first few games as well, because that would be better for the experience as well as for the whole team, right? So, but Vortex is some player as well, right? Played 3 different roles in so many tournaments. So I think that is still a good experience as well. I mean, my next question would be, let's see what the expectations are, right, for the next tournaments. What should be the expectations? Did finish second in this one, but again, SATUL did not play, so that kind of increased everyone's ranking by +1, of course. So what are the expectations coming into the next few tournaments?
I think we're aiming for the top. Like, you know what, we're coming for SATO and even like Kakao Gaming, right? So I certainly believe like we can do it, and regardless of the players they put in, I mean, we might fail, but I'm also very confident that we have a high chance of claiming the throne, because we did show like really good plays, and even we were surprised at one point. So hey, we can do it. And like we have a coach too, so we got this.
Yeah, I mean, last one. Tell me about the last game and what actually happened. I thought we had some different talks in the drafting phase, and then I see the enemy getting 40+ kills. So what went wrong?
I mean, in last game, it was more like everyone was running their own theory, and I think Edzian was stuck with his Nocturne. He was getting invaded early game, so it wasn't fun for him. But for the others, we were certainly having fun, because I mean, for a game that we had fun, it was incredibly close early game. So I mean, obviously they had the better, team fighting and everything. But this was a game where we wanted to push the limits of the champions we wanted to play. So everyone was playing what they felt comfortable. So because we've been through a lot of pressureful games, right? So letting the steam off, having fun without like burning out.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like you were having fun in that last game with the Ziggs mid. So yeah, definitely. We did enjoy seeing all of that. What do you think are going to be the next steps for Revenants? What are you going to focus on? What do you think it's going to take for you guys to maybe close the gap between Kakao and then to SATUL?
I think it's just a matter of time. We just need to put in the games. We need to play as a team, which we haven't. I mean, 2 days is not enough time to, consider. Because I was away, and then I think Edzian was away. We were all having different. The team was having a bit of a schedule issue. So I think moving forward, I think we just need to practice, and with some guidance from our coach, we got this. I believe we definitely can win next time, because this much performance we did not expect, because we were going in with low expectation, and the way we were winning lanes early, and I mean, it's interesting for us to see like how much we were able to like do, and then it's like when you like it's like when they can bleed, you can go for the kill trap. So
yeah, definitely.
All right, I don't think we have any more questions left, but Potato, sorry to cut you off. You can go on and ask away if you have anything left, right?
No. Yeah. I think I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then Unseen Blade, I'm sure we will see you next time, hopefully in a winners interview and not a second place interview. I mean, I'm hoping for that. I'm pretty sure as a team, we are all hoping for that as well. But thanks for showing up, and thanks for having showing us a great series as well. I know it was a 3-0, but it was a lot of fun to watch and cast as well alongside Potato. Thanks so much for that, and surely we'll see you next time.
Definitely, and thank you all as well. See you guys.
Well, that was Unseen Blade from Revenants, the team that is going to be claiming the runner-up spot in Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer, featuring Mythpat. So they did have a pretty interesting run. The interview does seem to reflect that. They did drop that game to OGs in the which sent them to the lower brackets. They were able to bring it back up, but unfortunately did go down 0-3 to Kakao. But then that's going to be all from us here, I think, and we're going to be handing it over back to Aniko, who's going to take you to the winners interview.
Hi guys, I'm back, and this is Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat, and we are now here with the winners interview, which you've all been waiting for. Cannot wait to talk to the winners and see what is going on in their head. But before that, we'll take a short break.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Hi guys, I'm back, and with me will be joining Madness to interview our winners. So I cannot wait to ask the question. But before that, Madness, do you have anything you want to say or to the viewers? How was their experience? Do write it in the chat, guys.
I think that interview was one of my favorite because it's technically the coach of Revenants and the ex-ADC of Revenants interviewing Revenants. So I think that was a very fun watch. Unseen Blade is always a very pleasant, nice guy. I think he's also thinking about how the games have been going, maybe kicking himself in the back for some of the plays that have been going on, not just from him, from his entire team. But I think Revenants will come back stronger, and they are looking pretty good. I think the addition of Kakao as a coach is helping them out because you can already see it from the turnaround from what they were in the upper bracket semifinals against All Gods to their lower bracket final run against them, where they ended up winning 3-1. I think maybe certain macro plays, if they improve on it, could be very good for their gameplay later on. But that is them taking second place. They're still going to be happy. They're going to get 30 grand for it. It's going to split between those members. And guys, we will not wait too long. We will be taking you right into this interview with Sam from Team Kakao Gaming.
Hello, Sam, and congratulations on the win. How are you feeling right now?
So far, so yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay, Sam, could you just repeat that 1 second? We couldn't hear the first part you were saying.
Hey, hi. Thanks for having me. I mean, it feels pretty great because I think this is our first tournament victory as a team, as Kakao. So yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay,
That
if you
is
could just
great.
slightly
So-
put the mic a bit closer, because
Okay,
yeah,
wait,
I think,
what's happening? Wait. Can I take a?
Sam, it's okay. Sam, it's okay. Your mic, if it's slightly closer, it's fine. It's all
You're
good.
fine.
I think my I think my webcam mic is picking up, and that's why it's bad.
Okay, it's okay.
It's okay.
It's all chill.
But like,
I think you are going to be happy,
think
yeah,
that is
right? With Kakao Gaming winning that. You get a tournament win another for so long. It's been pretty much you guys in the grand finals against Esports. They drop out. You guys in pretty dominant fashion, except for maybe that game one in today's series. We're going to talk a bit of how that game one went for you guys today.
Game one, I think they came like really prepared, like with the picks and everything. Like Silver Karma was definitely how to say oppressive in lane, and maybe Vortex had a iffy start. But apart from that, once we got a feel of the game, I think we were playing our natural self, and that's how we were able to close out. Yeah. But they came out like guns blazing. Like they really like played the first 15-20 minutes like really well. But yeah, I think we came out on top somehow, mostly due to our experience. Yeah.
did the enemy team do anything that might have caught you specifically off guard?
Off guard, to be honest, no. I mean, apart from the first game, the other games were pretty standard. I think we were able to beat them. We just played our natural game. So yeah, it wasn't much of a struggle apart from the first game. But yeah, nothing after.
And
I think
you
expected.
guys didn't drop a single game throughout the entire tournament, pretty much across all the series. So I think that just shows how dominating you were. You guys did a pretty phenomenal job about it, and I think I was also very surprised to see that you picked up Yunara. I've not seen you play Yunara throughout any of the tournaments or any of the matches that I've seen. So that was kind of interesting, especially that severe cover lane. It was a bit of a tough competition, but I think you carried off when you got your items for yourself, right?
I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy. It was very hard, and my Yunara was more of a deny instead of me picking Yunara. But Vortex was telling me how Aizen is like really good on Yunara and how he has like so many games. And when we saw that he didn't pick it, and it was partly a deny as well. But yeah, somehow I did think he like really played that particular matchup very well, and like they gave us chances to come back. But yeah, it was Yunara wasn't so great. My Yunara, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all the questions that we have for you, Sam. Congratulations once again on your win today. Is there anything you want to say to the audience who are watching back at home?
Oh, thank you for all the thank you for watching. Thank you for the Kakao supporters. Yeah, we got it, one win. And thank you guys for casting and hosting as well.
Thank you for joining us, Sam. It was lovely talking to you. So, congratulations once again.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
And that's been Sam, along from us from the winning team for Kakao Gaming. Always a sweetheart to talk to. He's always very humble about how he plays. I think except for that Yunara rough game, I think he's played his war pretty well. He's pretty much known in the top 2 ADCs in the region right now. And Aizen also did put on a good performance early on mechanics-wise in some of these lanes. That's tough to deal with. He was the replacement coming in Revenants, what they've gone for. But I think Kakao Gaming is pretty much got the result they were expecting. The only glimpse might be that game on. But other than that, I think Kakao Gaming showed you why they have been so dominant in the scene. If it's everybody but Ezreal they're playing against, and they played phenomenal that side. I wanted to also ask about Copy, not playing the 5th game. Maybe he has somewhere else to be with Vortex playing it from the side. But I think all 6 members combined are very just good all around.
Definitely. And look at the journey. We have the Igor's Kakao Gaming not dropping any games, simply flawlessly just qualifying to grand finals. Whereas Revenant and OG, initially OG did end up defeating Revenants, but they made that comeback from the lower bracket finals and qualifying for the grand finals, but unfortunately could not beat Kakao Gaming. It is 3-0 flawless games for Kakao Gaming throughout this, and it was fun. The whole journey was fun. It was always a pleasure watching all these teams play together. Any thoughts on that? It was interesting to see how Kakao Gaming was able to finish it up and everything all. So yeah, anything you want to say?
I think every single step of that upper bracket final, we got to see a new Revenants every single match they played, right? The lowest point was that upper bracket semifinals against Olgas, and they continue to improve. Even before today, they've only once, I think, taken a game away from Kakao Gaming. That was during Legends set. But even now, that game won just shows you how much, as a team, they have improved. I think if they make their nice changes, they could do something good for them. But at the end of the day, guys, it's going to be Kakao Gaming winning your Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. Please make sure to follow all our socials as well. You don't miss out on any of the links and the description box below. But that's been me, Madness, alongside Nico with Potato Monster and Kaka that had been there as well before. But it's been a very pleasant evening, and we hope to catch you guys in the next tournament as well.
Reach the underground like the got nachos, get the force, let the little straight to pushing cut your baby.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian.